32-year-old receptionist Tiana Jordan is suing her ex-boyfriend, 28-year-old realtor Freddie Hill, for filing false charges with the police. Freddie is countersuing for damage to a hotel room and defamation of character.
All right. Thank you. Your Honor, this is case number 78 on the calendar in the matter of Jordan versus Hill. Parties have been sworn in. You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Miss Jordan, Mr. Hill is a former boyfriend of yours and the father of your child.
Right.
You want him to pay you damages because you claim that he filed a false application for a protective order against you.
Right.
Because of that, you suffered certain legal costs, you lost time from work, and you suffered as a result of emotional damage.
Right.
Mr. Hill says everything he said in that application for an order of protection or protective order was true, and he is counterclaiming because he says that you damaged some property in a hotel room when you had a hissy fit about something. He had to pay for it. And then he says that you made some false statements about him when you applied to the court for child support, and he wants to be compensated for that. Is that right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So it's clear that you filed a petition for a protective order against the plaintiff. Do you want to tell me when you filed that and why?
I filed the petition December 9th. The reason why was on December 3rd, I came home to my house after work.
Were you living with the plaintiff at the time?
We stayed together, not officially living together. She stayed there maybe like 4 to 5 days out the week.
With your son?
Yes, with my son.
Just the three of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you came home on December 3rd and?
Prior to that same day when I was at work, we had had a confrontation over the telephone.
About what?
That was the day I told her I was getting ready to go see the people as far as the district attorney child support people.
What do you mean you were going to see the people about
well,
child support?
Prior to that, I had been served with papers to go, a lawsuit she filed against me.
For?
And I had to, for child support.
When did you file a petition for child support against him?
I can't remember the exact day, but it was early 2002.
Why did you do that?
We had separated, and during our relationship, he never really helped me out with anything.
So you went to court at a time when you were not together, or you were together?
We were separated. I went down, picked up a packet, filled it out, turned it in. That basically started the process for child support.
And then you sort of got back together again?
We got back together.
And you didn't go to court to let them know that you were back together?
No, we didn't.
No, you didn't.
I did, no.
Not he.
Your Honor, can I say something? She made a false statement to you about a minute ago, and I just want to verify that. She had stated that I never supported her with my child. I financially supported her. I have proof right here. Each and every month since my child was 6 weeks old, he was in a hospital. I have the backs to every check that I've given to her. I already made false statements.
How old is your son?
My son is exactly 1 year, 2.5 months right now.
Looks like he gives you money pretty regularly. Who's Larry? Rent, $600.
Oh, that's my landlord.
Well, that's not money for her.
I'm sorry, that's a separate one that came with it.
Don't try to slip anything in on me. I'm too sharp.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Okay. There we go. All right, so he gave you money every month, even though he was not under a court obligation to do that.
Right.
Right, okay. So you had an argument with her on December 3rd. What happened when you got home on December 3rd?
When I got home on December 3rd, I opened the door, walked in my house, Your Honor, took 3 steps. I seen my house destroyed, but as far as I had a briefcase with a lot of paperwork in it because I'm a realtor. My briefcase, all the papers taken out, ripped up,
Did you do
all
that?
over the
He's
floor.
lying.
Just a minute. Did you do that?
No.
Sure you did.
No, I didn't.
What, did you
No,
make
I
a mess
didn't.
in the house?
No, I didn't.
You didn't do anything?
I didn't. Your Honor, my mom was there. She was there. She's a witness.
Miss Jordan. Miss Jordan. Your defense is not that you didn't do it, because I read your papers very clearly. Your defense is that you couldn't have broken into your own house because you lived there.
Right.
Your defense is not that you didn't make a mess in the house and throw around his stuff.
Okay.
Okay, what?
He made a lot of false allegations stating that I did this.
Did you call the police?
And then next day around 1 p.m., I called the police because I needed them to escort me into my own house because she had, that day, December 3rd, 7 p.m., took the spare key of my house. It's on top of my panel on the outside of my door.
Let me see the police report, please.
Okay.
That's a lie. Sorry. He's lying.
They didn't make a police report because there's no crime on the scene, but that shows I called the police.
No, I just want to see, sir, whether somebody other than you is going to describe the scene to me in the house. And the police, you say, did not.
The police was there. Also, the next day, Your Honor, my landlord went up there with me because I called from his business across the street. Your Honor, I told him about the damage. And then the next day, when he went with me, on top of that, and the police, he seen the damage to the furniture. I got a table leg that was broken. And also, as I walked in the room, dresser drawers was crushed because they was made out of wood, Your Honor.
Okay. When you made an application for a protective order, I'd like to see the application that you made for a protective order against her. Do you have it?
I have it, yes.
I'd like to see it, please. This application for a protective order says that on July 21st, you hit him for the first time.
Lie. It's not true.
No. At the time, she punched me in the face with a closed fist. I called the police. Around August or September, defendant threw a Bible at me and hit me in the face. On December 3rd, we got into an argument over the telephone while I was at work. When I arrived home, later on, the defendant, our son, and the defendant's mother were present in my home. The defendant had stolen my spare key to my house to let herself in. Well, that's not true. Is that right?
Thank you.
That's true, Your Honor.
Well,
It's
didn't she
not
have
true.
a key to the house, sir? She was living with you. You said 4 to 5 days.
We didn't establish.
Put
We
your hand down.
established.
Put your hand down, unless you're going to tell me the whole truth, not just half.
I'm going to tell you the whole truth.
Fine, stand up.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Tiada Jordan says the father of her child, Freddie Hill, filed false charges with police. Tiada claims it was an attempt to get out of going to family court.
Your mother?
I'm Tayada's mother. My name is Brenda Jordan.
Shh, just you answer my
Hill.
questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Just you answer my questions.
Okay.
Did your daughter destroy any property in the house?
No, she did not.
Did she throw any of his clothes around the house?
No, she did not.
Did she empty out his briefcase?
No, she did not.
She didn't do anything?
She didn't do none of that
I don't
stuff.
believe you. Sit down.
But it's not true.
How's
It's true.
that? Don't believe it.
Okay.
Don't
That's
believe
fine.
it.
That's fine.
If you were to tell me certain things that were truthful, and she may have gotten angry, maybe with just cause she got
I didn't have
angry.
anything to get angry over.
Oh, no?
No.
You mean he just made this all up and called the police for no reason?
That's a lie. It's all a lie.
Now, just a minute. Why if?
I can tell you why.
Explain to me.
I can explain.
I'm ready
it
to hear you.
Okay. He was upset that I filed for the child support.
No, he knew about that in November.
Right, but this is where we moved together. He didn't explain that. Myself and my son, we moved in November 11th. We all went to Knoxbury Farm for a trip. After that, everything was going okay. We had our, disagreements.
Everything was going okay. It wasn't going okay if you had disagreements.
But every
within the first few
relationship
days.
has disagreements.
Not in the first couple of weeks, madam. Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay, so he got served at his mom's house with the paperwork for child support. He asked me about it. I said, yeah, you knew about it. Why are you upset? And he said, well, I thought you weren't going to go through with it because you wanted to be with me. And he told me that he would ruin my life because I filed and I would not drop the case. He said, if you do not drop this case, you get out my house, we can't be together. And then that's when I moved out. My mom came, my dad came. They gathered my things together. They helped me move. I gave my mom the key that he had given me and told her keep it so he can pick it up from you so we won't have any contact between this time because I didn't want any drama. I've been through too much drama with him and his sister over there. So we have a child together. Of course, we have to have...
If you were living together, why would you want to go to court and sue him for child support?
This was filed a long time ago.
I understand that, but then he said to you, would you go down to the court with me? And you said...
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. He said, I want you to drop the case, and there's other ways around this. We can do it and come up with an agreement. I'll pay you this certain amount, and then we can go take it to a judge. And I said, fine. Explain to me, how do we do it? Don't talk about it. Let's step up and do it. He never did it. We never did it. I kept asking him, you know, if you want me to drop the case, tell me what do I have to do, because I didn't know what I had to do. And he saw my things packed. He said, what is this? And I said, I'm leaving. You told me I had to leave if I kept this case open. So I'm packing my stuff and I'm gone.
Your Honor, she mentioned a few false statements. First of all, she said we took a trip November 11th. How did we take a trip November 11th, in which we did, but she moved in at the same time on the same day? We went to Knoxbury Farm.
That night.
She moved in, 10 o'clock at night?
Listen to me. Don't talk to her. Talk to me. Go ahead.
Okay, Your Honor.
What else?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Come on.
But, okay, Your Honor. The plans was from November 11th for us to get together and eventually have plans on moving together by December 1st, okay?
That's not true.
Yeah, just a second.
The reason
Now you're fudging it, sir. Listen to me.
That's not true.
Now you're fudging it. Now you're fudging it.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to explain, Your Honor.
You both... First, I want to know who you are.
I'm Princess. I'm his sister, as she said.
What does that mean, sister like this? What does that mean?
Not really.
In other words, I'm not his blood sister. We grew up from children all the way
Then
from...
you're not his
I'm
sister. You're a friend. No, you're not.
I'm
Are you related to him by blood? Pay attention.
his god sister.
Answer my question. Are you related to him by blood?
No, we're not related by blood,
Good.
but we grew
Are
up
you
as
related?
brother and
I'm
sister.
speaking.
I was answering the question.
No. That requires a yes or a no. Related by blood requires yes or no. Are you related by blood?
No.
Were either of you adopted?
Excuse
Were
me?
either of you adopted?
No.
Well, if you're not his adoptive sister and you're not his blood sister, then you're not his sister. Then you're a friend. Okay, I'm not interested in hearing what you have to say. Look, I believe certain things, Miss Jordan. I believe that you probably made a mess in the house. And not only did you make a mess in the house, but I believe that you probably had a tempestuous relationship up until that time.
I didn't make a mess.
I believe you made a mess. I'm denying your application for money based upon his false statements to the police. It's denied. I'm going to get to your application, sir. You say that she made false statements when she went to apply for child support. I'm not interested in the hotel damage, except as it regards her temper. So what I want you to tell me first is, when did you get the papers from child support?
Can I say something, Your Honor?
No. So far, her claim is dismissed, and you're ahead of the game. Now I want to see what you have to show me about your countersuit.
Your Honor, I got to back up just a little bit.
I have extra evidence, too.
Did you hear what I said?
This was the case where I went to go put in for a restraining order against her. It wasn't for child support, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
It was the papers from it.
Maybe I'm crazy. I am suing Tayada for $500 for defamation of character. I was hurt to find out when I went to court that Tayada lied and said that I was a drunk and never saw my son as a way to put me in a bad light. At the time, Tayada was staying with me almost every night, so I saw my son almost every day.
Yes, this is from the court where I went to go get the restraining order, Your Honor. She stated things here about me.
So it had
slandering my
nothing to do
parents.
with the child support?
No.
Oh, fine. Let me see.
She called my parents drug addicts, Your Honor, drug history.
Just a second. Listen
And we
to
have
me.
a
what they
licensed
told me.
daycare.
Listen
This is
to
what
me
they
carefully.
told me.
I want you to be quiet.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
She, I am sure, told some of these things to her attorney, sir, who filed this case. Pay careful attention. I am the attorney of record. Respondent requests full and physical custody of the child. Respondent objects to visitation by the petitioner. Okay? So this is his affidavit. Now, there's no question that he got his information from her. There's no question about that. But this is his affidavit. I want you to understand that.
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay. So you both told things, some of which were untrue or a little bit padded. That be a fair statement?
I don't understand.
Well, did you and your son drive in a car with him?
We have before. Not my son, not much. I have. Every time that our
Did
son
you
was in the car, I drove.
No, that's not what you just said. You just said not much. Are you
wouldn't-
telling me?
He wouldn't let him drive in the car because he had an old raggedy car, and he said he didn't trust it with him. So we didn't really drive him in the car. I drove
Do you
most of the time.
understand that I don't believe you? Well, then,
I'm telling the truth.
you just say most of the time.
I drove most of the time.
And the other time?
Some of the times he drove, but our son was not in the car. I made a mistake. He wasn't in the car, in his car, because he
I don't
didn't
care
trust
whose
it.
car it was. Did he ever drive your car with you and your son in it?
No, he never drove my car. with our son in it.
You wouldn't know the truth, madam, if it came up and struck you in the face.
I'm telling
know
the
exactly
truth.
what I'm talking about. If you got into a car with him and you've told your attorney that he drinks and drives at the same time, that's what you told your lawyer.
He does drink and drive, but never with me in the car or nor our son.
So never. So he never would put you in danger? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
And he never put your son
But
in danger? Is
I'm
that
not
what you're
saying
saying?
that.
Sure.
I'm saying
but that's what you're
it's never
suggesting
happened
to the court in your petition for full custody and denying him visitation. Please. Okay. Now, your case is dismissed. Yours. I'm dealing with your counterclaim. Listen to me carefully,
But
sir.
I have more evidence stating...
I'm not interested in anything else. You suffered no injury, and I can't believe or trust anything that you tell me because I believe, madam, that you messed up his apartment.
I didn't. I promise I didn't mess up his apartment.
Then perhaps I'm mistaken, and I'll have to
My mom
face
was
that.
there.
And I don't
she
believe
came
a
with
word
me.
that your mother says to me. If she says that you did nothing in that apartment when you left, I don't believe that. I also, sir, have to deal with your counterclaim.
Okay.
And your counterclaim is also dismissed.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why your counterclaim is dismissed.
Okay.
Listen carefully.
I'm listening, Your Honor.
Thank you.
When you deal in a custody case, there is going to be a judge who will ultimately determine which of you gets custody and which of you gets visitation. She made whatever statements she made here to a lawyer in a case that involves custody of your son. The judge will ultimately determine, after a full hearing, whether any or all of those allegations are correct. It is not the subject of another case in small claims court because you don't like what she says about you in the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. Now, you have anything to tell me about this hotel room incident and when it was?
No, Your Honor.
Perfect. Good. Go back to the family court, and all I can suggest to you is this. You have a 2-year-old son, not quite
one.
Oh. When you're tied together for the next 20 years. And I'm going to suggest that you stop feuding with each other, behave like adults, you go to court, you get yourself declared the father of this child so that there is a legal order affiliation. Whichever of you is the most qualified, suitable parent will get custody. The other one, hopefully, will have reasonable visitation. And stop torturing each other. You don't have to live together, but you made a baby together. And if you make a baby together, for the sake of that baby, you have to get along. Clear?
We do get along.
Good. Goodbye.
I think it was very unfair.
Well, I think everything went just where it should have went.
It's frustrating that he could continue to lie and lie and lie.
Told the truth.
He just lied about everything.
Tell the truth, you know. That's the way things go.
We have a son together. We have to get along.
Last time I seen my son, a female dropped me off to see my son and came back and picked me up in the car that she used to drive. This is why this lawsuit came 5 months later.
Once you tell a lie, they'll come back on you sooner or later.
Ain't no excuse to make a lawsuit 5 months later. That's exactly why.
It just doesn't make sense to me.
Electrician Jason Stries is suing his ex-wife, Charla Stries, for child support costs. Jason says he has custody of Charla's daughter from a previous marriage. Charla is countersuing, claiming Jason won't let her see her kids.
Your Honor, this is case number 50 on the calendar in the matter of Stries versus Stries. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. Stries, the defendant is your former wife.
Correct.
How long were you married?
All together, about 6 years.
And you have a child together,
Correct.
boy or a girl?
Girl.
And you have custody of that child.
Correct.
And Mrs. Stries has a child from a previous relationship.
Mm-hmm.
How old is that child?
9.
And you also have physical custody of that child.
That's true.
And how long have you had physical custody of both children?
Both children, about 2.5 years, maybe a little bit longer.
Is that when the two of you separated 2.5 years ago?
No, we actually separated in August of '99. And then when we separated, a short amount of time went by, and then she left the area with Felicia and Cameo to Arizona. And then I flew down and got the children in her and drove back in her car. And from that point on, I've had the children.
Did she remain with you?
No, she stayed about 2 months, and then she drove back.
Leaving you with both children?
Correct.
And you've had them ever since?
Yes.
Your lawsuit says that Your former wife receives child support for the older child from the older child's father.
That's right.
And you have not gotten that money.
No.
And the child's been in your custody. So you are suing her for that money.
Correct.
Not child support that she should pay you for your daughter and her daughter.
No.
She doesn't pay you any child support, I assume.
Well, she's starting to now. There's an order in place.
But prior to that,
Yeah.
she hadn't given you any support for your daughter.
No.
And she hadn't given you the support money that she collects for Cameo.
No.
And that's what your lawsuit is for. Not for the support for your daughter
No,
for the last two and a
that's
half
right.
years, but only for the money that she collects from Cameo's father.
That's right.
Mrs. Stry says that you agreed to let her keep that money because she gave up spousal support. That's your defense. Is that right?
Yeah, yes.
How much were you collecting for the 2 years that Cameo was in Mr. Stry's custody?
Well, it's originated as $239 a month, and then, but if he didn't work a whole month, then, you know, I only got a portion of that. So it was generally about $185 a month.
You want to explain to me, Ms. Stries, what your defense is? This about waiving spousal support? Tell me about it.
Okay, well, this all started, I needed to get into acquaintance with my biological father after my mother died. And I tried to get Jason to move to Arizona a few times, and he didn't seem too anxious to do that. And I started going through depression and all kinds of feelings of loss and stuff, and I was not myself at all, and I decided that I needed to go be with my family and get to know my biological father. Well, I moved in with my biological father with my 2 children, and I didn't realize that I was walking into a life of hell. I basically moved into a house that was full of drugs. I didn't know this until after I got to Arizona. You know, I mean, I was unaware of it at all. And I got to Arizona, and the house was just,
Okay,
you know,
so it was a
people
bad
coming.
situation.
Very
So-
bad. And I
That was 1999.
Right, I was very stuck.
Let's fast
there.
forward.
I was very stuck because my car broke down and I couldn't work. And so I decided that, you know, I started getting into the drugs, and I decided that the best thing for me to do for my children were to bring them back to their dad.
Good,
Because
so
I
that's
knew
what
he
you
was
did.
a good father.
That's what you did.
Right, but I had to go back down to Arizona to testify to a hearing down there.
About what?
About a drug situation that went on in the house.
Let's get to your defense to this action.
Okay. The reason I haven't
The
sent
reason
him
you
the
kept the
checks,
money
right,
is
because he was telling me to go ahead and keep them, because he said that he wanted his wife to be supported by
Is
some
that what
kind
you
of
said
money.
to her?
That's not true. You got to understand, it was a little bit of a precarious situation because I had custody of a daughter that I'm not a biological parent for, and under her situation that she was currently involved with, I was afraid to force the issue because the father might step in, and I had no contact with him. For a long time, he had no idea that I had the kids.
What you're suggesting is that you felt threatened that either the biological father or the defendant would come back to take Cameo if you pressed the issue of the money.
Very much.
Is that right?
I was very, very frightened of that, yes.
Very good. Then what changes that now?
I've spoke with the father, and he knows what's going on.
Then you should have spoken to him before, Mr. Stries. I was very sympathetic for you when I read your papers, and I said he's absolutely entitled to that money. But if what you're telling me is for 2.5 years you decided to forego that, it's not fair now to say, well, I spoke to the father, he's well aware of the situation, he doesn't want custody, and therefore I can go against her for the money. That's really what you're doing.
That's
right?
correct.
Well, you can't do that. That's unfair.
That's unfair?
Yes, it's unfair. If you had put her on notice immediately and said, I want the money that you are, put your hand down. I want the money that you're getting for Cameo, because that's the right thing to do.
I see your point.
You do see my point.
I see your point.
And if you didn't do that because you wanted to keep things quiet and you lulled her into the sense of, well, I'm going to be able to keep this money because he wants to keep things quiet. I mean,
That's not true.
Who are you?
I'm sorry.
Who are you?
My name is Donna.
Who are you to this?
I'm a witness.
Who
to
are
the
you to
plaintiff.
this case?
I'm a witness to the plaintiff.
Are you his girlfriend?
I guess you can call me that.
I'm not interested in hearing from you. Didn't I make that clear by not acknowledging you?
That's a lie.
Do you understand what I just said?
Yes, I do.
And I want to explain something further to you. These are not your two children.
That's correct.
Don't get involved. Do you understand?
They live with me.
I don't care. Don't get involved.
Fine.
That's a big mistake. It's between these two people, not you. So you get my point?
I get your
You
point.
lulled her into a false sense of security, and I don't care how much she's given you this prodding and say you got to get the money back from her. The smart thing to do is nothing. Now she's sending support. The father is aware of the situation. You want to sue him for support, fine.
To him?
Yes, of course.
For back support?
No,
Okay.
prospective.
Okay.
Back support you pay.
All right, that's going on right now.
Fine. Good. Then, as far as the other money is concerned, it's gone. Kiss it to God. It never happened. We understand each other?
Yes.
Good.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Jason Stries claims ex-wife Charla Stries owes for the cost to support her child. Jason says he has custody because Charla has a drug problem.
Now, let's get to your nonsense counterclaim. I'll hear you. 30 seconds.
It is nonsense. I personally, I'm just trying to get back on my feet. And I've been trying to do that since I came back in August. And I had to go down to Arizona for another situation that I was in. Someone killed someone with a knife of mine, and I had to go testify.
Ms. Stries, are your two daughters in a good situation for them?
Well, yes
The
and
answer
no.
is they are.
Yes
The
and
answer
no.
is they are.
Right.
In a good situation for them. Stable? Certainly your younger daughter is going to stay with her father. There isn't any question about that unless some family court judge has not eaten a full breakfast. And you should, as the child's mother, have reasonable contact with this child.
Right.
Cameo's a different story.
Right.
The law is more complicated with regard to Cameo because Cameo is not Mr. Stry's biological child. However, I am sure that a court will look at the facts in this case and could very well determine that there are extenuating circumstances. The fact that you are the child's biological parent is not necessarily dispositive of the issue.
Right.
Which, in all probability, should happen because these two little girls have spent their lives together. And to pull one away would be really cruel. And you don't want to be a cruel
That's
parent.
why I don't have her now. Because
Right.
when I came back, I could have taken her. Because there was no law and order set in that he got custody of her.
Does he now have a legal order of temporary custody?
He does at the moment, yes.
Good.
But that was because I did not want to pull her away from her sisters or her dad.
Well, what I'm telling you is you think long and hard. You know, an innocent person shouldn't have to suffer
Right.
because of what a guilty person did. And your daughter Cameo has been with her sister her whole life.
Right.
This is the only family she knows.
Right.
It's not her fault you got involved with the drug
No, it's
culture and
not.
people who commit murder and people who sell drugs and are trying to put your life back in order. May take you another year or so to do that, and that would be half of her life that she spent.
Right.
So
I'm sorry.
you have to think of what the child's best interests involve. And the child's best interest probably involves spending at least her minority with Mr. Stry's, with seeing you regularly if you get your life together.
Right.
That's why you're supposed to do
I have-
nothing to interfere with that.
I have
Right?
a lot of evidence that I've
I'm
been
not
getting my
interested
life
that-
in order.
I'm not interested in evidence. As long as you started out by saying to me, Mrs. Stry's, that your counterclaim for emotional distress was nonsense, I'm willing to accept that because I don't
Okay.
have to deal with nonsense. Mr. Stry's, it looks to me as if you've done the right thing, like you've acted responsibly, like you're doing a good job with these two girls, like everything is calm. That's the way you got to keep them, right?
That's right.
You're getting support now from her, just started.
Just started,
You're going to
yep.
get support from Cameo's father,
Correct.
as long as he's still in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
Good. What?
He's making my recovery impossible. He's never letting me see my kids when he's supposed to. He's
Just a
changing the
second.
days.
You have a court order for visitation?
Not with my oldest daughter, because it's just a temporary thing. And I was supposed to be visiting her on Wednesdays and Saturdays until I got through my treatment. I'm through with my treatment now.
Do you now have an order of visitation for both of your girls?
No. Well, see, one thing that happened is the divorce finalization went on, and I never even knew it was happening.
What you have to do, Mrs. Stry's, is seek a court order of visitation.
Okay.
Let me tell you what's going to happen when you seek a court order of visitation with both girls. They will assign a law guardian, and a good judge will assign a law guardian to represent the interests of both children. And it may be that especially your older daughter, maybe your younger one too, going to involve a period of time of adjustment, seeing you with a therapist, seeing you under controlled circumstances, getting to know that they can rely on every Wednesday or every Saturday seeing their mother. If their father is a smart man, and I think he is, he has to understand that growing up without any contact with their mother is a very bad thing for them long term. Now, you may get some flack from that from your girlfriend, but I'm telling you that's being short-sighted if that happens, because long-term children should not feel deserted by a parent. They can understand as they get older that their mother may have had a drug problem, and that she's cleaned it up, and that she did the best that she could for them by letting them stay with you, but she still loves them and she's still in their life. That's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
That may be taking a hard swallow on your part. You understand?
I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay, good. I somehow thought you would. You need a set order, not something that you work out together. You need an order of the court that says, this is when you go, this is when you pick them up, this is when you drop them off, this is when you see them, this is a therapist that you're going to see them with, so that you have some understanding. He should not interfere with your recovery, but you have to be proactive. Okay?
Yeah.
Good. That's all. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She is in the children's life right now.
I would like my children back with me,
I understand she has problems,
that my kids get what they need,
and I have hopes that she'll work those out,
and they get to be with both of their parents
and that eventually everything will go a lot more peacefully.
without all this riffraff in the middle.
She's claiming that I'm making things hard for her.
I mean, he used to be my best friend, you know?
I really do believe that she's made it hard on herself.
He claimed to have been, and now he seems like my enemy almost.
My hope that things will continue to improve.
I want to be in my children's life, you know?
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Berardi versus Berardi, step forward, please.
Fleet manager John Berardi is suing his ex-wife, homemaker Lisa Berardi, for an unpaid loan for their son's legal fees. Lisa claims the money was John's idea.
Mr. Berardi, the defendant is your former wife. According to your complaint, you say that she owes you $950 for legal fees that were incurred by your 14-year-old son. 14-year-old son evidently got a hold of a BB gun, and he shot the BB gun while he was in his mother's custody. Was anybody injured?
No.
Some property damage?
A hole in a window.
Okay. He was arrested, and you claim that his mother borrowed the money from you to pay for a lawyer. You want the money back? Okay. When were you divorced?
When were we divorced? I don't remember the date.
I asked the question.
I don't
you
remember
don't remember.
the date.
She'll remember. When were you divorced?
89.
What month?
It was during the summertime, about June, July.
I know the hour and the second. In any event, sometime during the summer of 1989. So your son was very young at the time because he's 14 years now. Do you share custody of him?
Yes.
Do either of you pay support?
No.
You each take care of him when you have him?
Yes, ma'am.
So to say, yes.
What do you mean that's so to say? I don't understand that.
Well, he resides with me.
And he was visiting with you? Where did he get the BB gun from?
A friend of mine. We borrowed the BB guns so we can take them up to Pennsylvania by my brother's house.
Okay. Tell me about the loan, sir.
After I got the letters from the court stating that he had to be defended by an attorney, I called around, and the cheapest attorney I could find was $1,000. Since I was not receiving any child support, it was very difficult for me to have to spend that kind of money. I called his mother, and I told her the only way I could do it is if I took the money from a credit card. She told me that she would pay me the full amount for the attorney. She would give me $50 to $100 a month when she could, and every time I asked, she never seemed to have the money for it. Finally, she told me that she would give it to me from her tax return this year, and when that came in, she had to use it for something else. So, again, I didn't receive any money. I just felt like I was being taken advantage of, so I had to file the claim.
Go ahead.
I don't feel that I owe him.
No, the question is, did he call you and tell you about the attorney?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Well, tell me about your version of your recollection of that conversation.
When he called, he told me that he needed an attorney for my son and that the cheapest was $1,000. I did not have $1,000 or $500 to give him. And I said, let me find out and see if I can do it through legal aid. But because my son resides with his father was held responsible for that. So I said, okay, at least I tried. he asked me, if I, for me to pay him. And at the time, I wound up getting laid off at my job. I was on unemployment. I was backed up with bills. I could not afford to pay it. I did say to him that when I would get my unemployment, I would, give him some money. When my unemployment came in, it wasn't what I was expecting. So I could not afford, because I've been backed up. I'm backed up with bills. Now I'm on disability.
What's the nature of your disability?
I fell and I broke my tailbone and I have 4 herniated and ruptured discs.
You owe him the money, and you're going to pay him the money, and I'm going to tell you why. You're getting a free ride. You haven't paid him child support.
He waived that. I support my child when he's by me.
No. He may not pursue you for child support, but that doesn't mean that you're not getting a freebie, madam.
Yes,
just because you're the mother and he's the father and he happens to have custody of the child. The law is gender blind. We don't see mother, father, we just see 2 parents. And each parent is responsible for the child's support. And you've been getting away with it for a long time. So, I believe that you said to him, when I get my money, I'll help you out as best I can, and he relied on that. And how much was the lawyer, $950?
The lawyer was $1,000.
Well, you're suing for $950 because she gave you $50.
She gave me $50, yes. Right.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $950. Consider yourself lucky. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I couldn't afford it.
I just want to put the matter behind us and move forward.
I just told him whenever I had the money.
We have to parent our child together. And
if I can afford to give it to him, I would.
We have to do that respectfully.
Profit organization director Cheryl Green is suing makeup artist Wendy Crawford for the cost of vet bills. Cheryl says after rescuing Wendy's Dalmatian, she paid for it to be fixed. Wendy is countersuing for damages due to Cheryl's actions.
This is case number 95 on the calendar in the matter of Green versus Crawford. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks have seats.
What I gather from your complaint, Ms. Green, you went to look at a house for some reason, and in the house you found this dog. And you thought the dog had been either abandoned or a stray. You took the dog at some point to a veterinarian. I assume that the veterinarian is this lady here wearing the white coat. Perception. I'm perceptive. And you spayed the dog, gave the dog shots, and then a day or so later you get a call from the defendant who says, you got my dog. And you said, no, I don't have your dog. Your dog's at the vet, and if you want the dog, you can go get the dog. The dog, there's a vet bill, you pay it. So you want the vet bill paid by the defendant because you must have guaranteed payment on the vet bill when you brought the dog in. So I assume that that's the reason why you are suing the defendant instead of the veterinarian suing the defendant. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The defendant says you stole her dog. You had no right to get the dog spayed and neutered. She is counterclaiming. She said she had wanted to breed this dog, which I assume is a purebred Dalmatian.
Yes.
And she's suing for thousands. $4,927. So I have a couple of questions for you. On what date did you find this dog?
Around June 10th, Your Honor. We were house hunting, and we had been looking at one house. We were about to leave, and we were talking to one of the neighbors who said that the tenants who did not own the house had left the house, and they had left the dog.
You mean this was the house you were looking at?
Correct. We were looking at one house. The dog was at someone else's house.
At someone else's house? What does that mean, at someone else's house?
The dog was in front of another neighbor's house.
Without a leash, without a collar, just outside on the street?
Correct, on the front lawn.
What did you do?
We talked to that neighbor as well, who said that originally those people had given the dog to the Crawfords. The Crawfords had moved. They could not take the dog with them. They had returned the dog to the neighbors. The neighbors didn't want the dog. At that point, I noticed the dog had blood on her belly.
Stop. You were renting a house.
Yes.
And you started to lease that house when?
We had lived there for 2.5 years at that point.
Where did you move to?
What happened was the house was contaminated with a poisonous mold.
I asked you a question. Where did you move to?
We moved into another house in Reseda. There was still furniture inside the house.
I'm going to ask questions.
Okay.
You moved to a new house in Reseda. Is that right?
At that moment, no.
Where did you move to?
We went to stay at a friend's in a little apartment with no yard or anything. We had to move within 24 hours. We had a child that was, both of our children were very ill.
Could you just wait till I finish? On what date did you leave?
About May 1st.
Did you take your dog with you?
No, she was being...
I just answer my questions. You did not.
No, she was staying in the yard.
So is what you're telling me from May 1st, 2002 until June 10th, 2002, you left the dog outside at the old address?
Where we went to daily, as well as having the neighbors help us watch the dog. I was there constantly, packing, cleaning, sanitizing everything that was contaminated by the mold that could be saved.
Didn't you ever hear of the word kennel?
Yes. Don't you think that would be more cruel to put her in a box and let her be in her yard?
No. I think that it wouldn't be more cruel to abandon a dog for 6 weeks, alone, outside in a yard. No, I think it's more appropriate to put the dog in a kennel where there is veterinary care, where other animals couldn't get a hold of it, where perhaps other children couldn't torture it and maybe throw stones at it, where it would be watched if you couldn't take care of it, if you loved it.
We did have help from the neighbors to watch the animals for us as well as when we were there. They, you know, watching us at night to make sure when we weren't there.
I'm so far very unsympathetic with you, madam. I'm getting more unsympathetic by the moment. Where did you buy this dog?
The dog was given to us by the neighbor.
So it was a gift?
Yeah.
So you spent nothing?
To purchase her, no.
In any event, you found the dog sitting out on the front lawn?
Yes, Your Honor.
With no collar?
Correct.
What did you do with the dog? You noticed blood on her belly, so what did you do?
Yes, I took her to my veterinarian.
Okay, and you had the veterinarian check her over. You found that she was in heat?
Yes.
And you made arrangements to have the dog spayed, neutered, and shots?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
After we had spoken and she knew that I wanted the dog.
I'm speaking.
Judge Judy continues, and Wendy Crawford owes for the cost to fix her dog.
You did have a choice, Miss Green. You understand that?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I did not have a choice.
You did.
I am part of a rescue organization that is mandated to take strays, especially if we feel that they are in imminent danger of a health or life risk.
There are alternatives. They may not be happy alternatives, but there are alternatives. If someone has a stray dog, they don't necessarily take the dog to a private veterinarian to have the veterinarian take care of it. There are, I don't know if they have an ASPCA or a Humane Society or something else.
We are a Humane Society, Your Honor. Sorry.
Did you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Where they might take the dog and keep the dog for a certain period of time, perform whatever services need to be performed for the dog. On what date did Miss Crawford contact you?
On the evening of the 11th.
So a day later?
Yes.
And when had the surgery been performed on the dog?
On the 11th.
That's absolutely not true, ma'am.
Well, let's find out. Step up. Tell me your name.
Dr. Heather Kriensky.
Okay. Do you know on what date the surgery was done?
I believe it was on the 11th.
Do you have the dog's chart?
Yes, Your Honor.
I wasn't contesting when the surgery had been done, just that we had spoken before she had done the surgery. That she knew I wanted her back, that she knew that we were happy.
When did you speak to her?
I spoke to her on Tuesday night.
What date?
The 10th.
Oh, did you speak to her on Tuesday night, Miss Green?
I spoke to her on Tuesday night, the 11th, Your Honor.
Well, the day before the surgery.
Was it before or after the surgery?
It was after the surgery, Your Honor.
That's absolutely not true. And I have a witness to that fact.
Who was that?
That's my husband. He was
I don't
there
believe,
when we
wouldn't
spoke.
believe him either. Anybody who leaves a dog for 6 weeks, I don't believe. Miss Green, bottom line is, there was no emergency in having the dog spayed at the moment that you had the dog spayed. Is that correct, doctor?
Yes.
So, that action was precipitous. I am not reimbursing. This is not your bill. Whether she has to pay the bill or her rescue society pays that bill, that's totally between the two of you. Now, let's get to your counterclaim for $5,000. You got 30 seconds.
Well, I have to tell you, I think it's very dangerous, the vet. I have papers from the vet that says that
The dog is perfectly healthy. Next. Don't start crying to me, madam. If you care about an animal, you do not leave an animal outside for 6 weeks when you move.
The neighbors were caring for her as well.
Let me explain something to you. I don't see a neighbor here.
I have signed affidavits.
I don't read signed affidavits. All I know is this lady did not go and steal your dog and didn't have a conversation with a neighbor and said, listen, I said I couldn't deal with the dog. I gave them the dog. They left. They left the dog here and told us to watch it. And I can't deal with it anymore.
And please look at this note that she left me that didn't even say that she took my dog.
Stop.
That I had to hunt
Let me tell you something.
her.
I am a dog owner. I would not leave my dog for 6 weeks out in a backyard or a front yard or in a house when I moved. And I don't see how you can justify in your own mind doing that.
Even if you spent every day with her?
Oh, yes. You mean you left your sick children to go over there and spend all day with the dog? Is that what you're telling me?
When they had an eventful recovery in a couple of weeks, they were there as well, playing with her in the backyard.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yes.
You're not getting any money, madam.
What about...
What about? I have no sympathy for you.
And I'm getting that. But what
you
about
are
the
getting it, you're not
bills?
getting it. You don't leave. Would you leave one of your children outside in the backyard and go and give it food and water for 6 weeks?
No.
That's the way most people feel about their animals.
And I
if
do
they
as
love
well.
them. Do you understand?
Yes.
If they love them.
And I totally understand why you're upset.
Oh, good. I'm glad you do. Because if you wouldn't leave one of your children in the backyard, giving it food and water and come over and playing with them occasionally, then you don't do the same for a dog. This dog can't fend for itself if a child comes over and decides to take a stone and throw it in the yard at the dog. Can't. Can't fend for itself if somebody comes in to steal it and to make it into a fighting dog. Can't fend for itself.
All right.
You did the wrong thing.
What else would I have done in this case?
You take the dog and find the best possible kennel you can and say, I can't take care of my dog for 4 weeks or 5 weeks because I'm moving in with a friend who has a small apartment and I don't have a friend or a relative or anyone else who's willing to take the dog. I'm going to have to spend some money to take care of it. You chose not to do that. For that, you don't get rewarded. Your counterclaim's dismissed. I've already explained to you about your case. That's all.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She was very dirty, scruffy, unkempt looking. She looked like she had been on the street for days, perhaps.
I think this is just a case of someone that's nosy coming into your life and trying to impose their will. She was not filthy. She was not cared for.
We asked the neighbors, both neighbors on both sides of the house told us that the people had left and left the dog.
She did what she wanted after speaking to me, imposed her will, and then gave her back and said, hey, I want you to pay the bill.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Ibarra versus Swanner. Step forward, please.
25-year-old machinist Rudy Ibarra is suing 19-year-old secretary Amber Swanner for running him over while he was riding his skateboard.
Mr. Ibarra, who is this person?
This is my witness, Sylvia.
Okay. According to your complaint, you were riding a skateboard.
Yes.
And you were going past a driveway.
Yes, a drive-through Taco Bell.
And according to you, the defendant was driving her car, hit you
Yes.
with her car, causing you to fall off your skateboard, and you
Yes.
were injured.
Yes.
You want to be compensated for that,
Yes.
including your medical bills, your lost wages, pain and suffering.
Yes.
Ms. Swanner says that she did not hit you, that you fell off your skateboard in all probability. She is counterclaiming because she said that because of your false complaint, she was arrested for hit and run and spent a few days in jail, and she wants all of her expenses and also to be compensated for what she claims was a false claim by you.
Yes.
So why don't you tell me when this incident took place and what happened based upon what you observed?
It was Valentine's Day. I was skating
That
down
would be February 14th.
February 14th, yes. I was skating down the sidewalk, and I was passing through the drive-through, and I looked back, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a gray car, I don't know, brown or something. It hit the back of my leg, and it knocked me off my skateboard. And when it spun me around, and when I looked around, I was looking right at her, and I said, "You just hit me, lady." And she like kind of smirched.
Just a minute, she spun you around.
She hit the back of my leg. It spun me around because I was on my skateboard.
Right.
So it spun me around, and I landed on my butt.
Oh, and you fell. You
Yes.
left out the fall part.
Yes.
Now, when you fell, you looked up and you saw her. What was she doing when you...
She, like, looked and, like, kind of smirked and peeled out of the driveway.
Now, the next thing you're going to tell me is about your injuries. Tell me about your injuries.
She hit my leg, and it gave me a bruise on my leg. I couldn't work for a month.
You have a medical report?
Yes.
I'd like to see it, please. What kind of work do you do, sir?
I was a machinist at the time.
Were you taken to the emergency room?
No. I refused service from the ambulance because I didn't have insurance at the time, so I went the following morning, or the following day.
And you went home?
Yes.
How did you get home?
I drove myself. I have an automatic truck.
Okay, now I'll hear your version of the events.
On February 14, 2002, I was across the street at the Albertsons, and I noticed the plaintiff skateboarding back and forth from one end of the driveway in Taco Bell to the next end. And I pulled out of Albertsons, and I pulled into the Taco Bell parking lot. After I got my food, I went to the end of the driveway, looked both ways, left and right, because the traffic is only coming on toward the right. And so the plaintiff was coming toward the right. Or excuse me, he was coming toward the left. Sorry. And he fell right on the right side of the car. I rolled down my window and I asked him, was he okay? He proceeded to flip me off. So I figured, you know, this guy fell. I was trying to help him. I was going to call an ambulance.
He fell?
Yes, ma'am, he fell. So I went back to my house, and 20 minutes later, the sheriff's department knocked on the door. They then arrested me. I waited all day to see the judge. The judge wouldn't see me because the DA threw out the case. They said that there was not enough evidence in order to support his claim.
Were you a witness to these events?
Yes, I was.
Would you step up, please? Tell me your name.
Sylvia Apodaca.
Ms. Apodaca, do you know the plaintiff from before this incident?
No.
And you don't know the defendant?
No.
But you did observe what happened on February 14th?
Yes, I did.
Well, tell me what you observed.
I was going down the road, my mom was driving, and I'd seen him skateboarding, and I caught him. She was coming down out of the Taco Bell driveway, and him coming down on the skateboard, and she, like, bumped him, and he fell and rolled.
So you actually saw her bump him?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Any question in your mind?
No.
Did you or did you not tell that to the police?
I didn't talk to the police.
After you did as he requested, you went and got her number, her license plate number?
Actually, when she pulled out and left, and we were coming up, I was like, whoa. When I saw it happen, I was like, whoa. And I was like, she's leaving, and she was, like, giggling. I was like,
she was?
Uh-huh. And she had her hand over her mouth, and she was like that. And then we turned around and got her license plate number, and I went in where he was laying down. I asked him if he was okay, and I gave him the license plate number and my telephone number if he needed anything, because I had to go.
That's a different version of the events, madam. So I don't know why the district attorney took the action that they did. Probably they have more important things to do in the jurisdiction where you live. But you are certainly responsible for this incident, and certainly he's not responsible for your false arrest, because you weren't falsely arrested. You left the scene of an accident. My question to you, Mr. Ybarra, is your medical bills are $814.89. Is that right?
Yes.
You have any proof that you were employed at the time and that a doctor told you had to stay home?
No, I don't.
Well,
I was waiting for a fax from my boss. He was faxing here.
That's what we deal with here, sir.
Yes.
Proof.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think you were seriously hurt, Mr. Ybarra.
Well, when you're hit, have you ever been on a
Mr.
skateboard?
Ybarra, listen to me very carefully,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
If one is seriously injured, they accept emergency treatment at the scene. They don't get into their truck and drive home and wait until the next day to go to an emergency
but when you're
room.
poor,
Do you
it's a
understand?
different story. Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
understand, Mr.
I understand.
Ybarra? Very good.
Yes.
Okay. Good. However, Mr. Ybarra, you're suing for $2,500.
Yes.
$814 of that is your medical bill.
Yes.
And I don't find your request excessive.
Yes.
At all. So I'm giving you the judgment you request. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
So they got the money, but, I mean, obviously his claim wasn't even real because the DA threw it out. So I would be in jail right now instead of standing here in front of you.
I probably didn't file soon enough. I thought it was going to be handled other ways.
No, I did not hit him. He fell on his skateboard. I asked him, was he okay, and he flipped me off.
I'm glad that it got settled, my bills get to be paid, and justice was served.
Business owner Allison Ashmori is suing former friend, 27-year-old business owner Rodney Bonds, and his wife Nia for the cost of a website. The Bonds claim she got what she paid for.
Yes, case number 44 on the calendar in the matter of Ashmawi versus Bonds. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Ms. Ashwami, according to what I read, you and the defendant had known each other for a period of time. You were friends, and you entered into a business relationship with them. You were starting a clothing line, some sort of a clothing line, and you asked them to prepare a website for your clothing line.
Correct.
And you paid them $3,000. Originally it was supposed to be $3,500, then it was $3,000 to create this website for you, which was supposed to include a photo shoot with models showing off your clothing.
Correct.
And it is your claim that they should return the entire amount of money that you gave them, because you paid them $3,000, because A, the website was not done to your satisfaction, B, it was not delivered on time, and C, the clothing that you provided for the photo shoot was given to the models, and they never returned it to you, and that was valuable.
Right.
The Bonds say that they did what they were supposed to do, that the original agreement was not for $3,000, but for
$3,500.
And then you called and said you didn't want to spend $3,500, you only wanted to spend $3,000, so you told the plaintiff.
But I would have to pay the models and compensate them with clothing.
And the plaintiff said?
That it was okay. They agreed.
Okay. And then you say that you delivered the website on time. And that there was nothing wrong with it.
No.
Is that right?
Upon final delivery. There was initially, we worked out kinks, testing periods, but final delivery, there was an acceptance and there was nothing wrong with it.
Fine. What kind of clothing was this?
Urban wear, men's and women's.
And how did you find the defendants? Did you know them as website preparers or whatever they call website
I knew
people?
Rodney as a child when he was about 13. I used to babysit him.
Well, what gave him the expertise that you felt was necessary to provide for this website?
He told me he went to school and he studied computers and that he himself built websites.
Did you ask for a sample of his work?
I had a lot of trust in him and love because we were like family, and I didn't think that I was going to actually have all these problems that I had.
When did you retain him?
I would say towards the end of October, early November.
And when was he supposed to deliver the website?
We had a verbal agreement that January 15th was the deadline.
And when did he deliver the website?
He did drop something off on January 15th, but it's incomplete. That's actually the CD-ROM that I have.
You say it's complete?
Yes, I do say it was complete.
In what way was it incomplete?
With spelling errors. Well, the first problem, too, is that he built the program in Flash, which means animation. Most clothing companies build it in HTML, which means if you have a regular phone cable in your home or in your place of business, you are not allowed to get into my website. And the links don't match. If you hit menswear, you see women's wear. If you hit women's, you see something else.
What else do you see?
Well, the order form, the photos, I can show you if you want me to, Your Honor.
Sure. Let me see what you're talking about.
For instance, if we look at the top, if you look right here, the word waste is spelled wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Also, about us, the word right here, manufacturer, is spelled incorrectly.
Okay.
If you go into company bio, the way, you know, the stars and things, it's very hard to read. If you go back to menswear and you look at an item, let's pull up jackets, for instance, and you go down to the order button to order, look what happens.
I don't know what happens.
The order form is going over the descriptive merchandise. You're unable to place an order.
So what do you do about that, sir?
Well, what she has, Your Honor, is actually rough draft of the site. What happened is you build a site, you show it to the client, and then afterwards we figure out what's wrong, then we fix those things. I have with me a copy of the published site that's directly from the internet. If you type up astarapparel.com.
Is this what you get when you log on to the internet, or do you have something else?
I have something else.
So what are you showing me this for?
Because this is his work. This is his work. This is the final site that I got from him. I never received anything else.
From him, so then you had somebody else finish it.
Correct.
Well, why didn't you tell him to finish it?
Because he stole from me.
Just a minute. Listen to me. He delivered something on 1/15.
Correct.
And what you're showing me is small things. You're showing me a couple of spelling errors, which could easily have been fixed. He's showing this to me. Why didn't you say to him on the 15th?
I asked him time and time repeatedly to correct it.
After the 15th, when did you ask him to correct it?
I called him probably every day for a duration of, I would say, about a week.
Until when?
After about 10 days. I
You
went
mean the
to outside
25th
company.
of January?
Approximately.
Is that right?
No, that's not true, Your Honor. The things that she asked me to fix, I did fix.
Like what?
I fixed...
Did you fix this?
Yes, I fixed that. I also have emails that she
Just
actually...
a second. Did he fix this?
No, he did not.
I don't believe that. Go ahead.
I have an email showing that she emailed a third party explaining what Rodney was fixing.
Can I see it, please?
If you look right here in the second line, it said he still had problems with the option button. He is fixing it, as well as the order form still does not submit directly. Other than that, we have any problem. This is from Allison S. Maui to Rodney Bonds.
Show it to her, Bert.
Okay.
In that state.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
When did you finally fix all of these things? Give me the date, Mr. Bonds.
I would say between the 15th and around the 30th.
Okay. What else?
I had to go to an outside party to have it fixed, and I have a receipt of that.
Have this option button fixed?
And as long with the spellings.
Spellings, I'm not interested, madam.
And also to launch the site. And also, he charged me $760 for maintenance fee, which he never provided.
Let me see what you have.
Sure.
Your Honor, I also have a copy of that I can explain that the $760 was not inclusive, because if you look up top, it says the cost was $2,000, and then there was a Phase 2 cost, which was $1,500 that I did not put in there. But the Phase 2 had the catalog design, which is what's on the site. So we never got into the $760.
No, maintaining accurate records of all customers and housing content product on a secure server, updating quarterly content. That has to do with future stuff.
Yeah, and where it says Phase 2 catalog.
Listen to me. I want to hear about the clothing. Tell me about the clothing for the models.
Basically, I purchased my cost price, my wholesale price, all the clothing for the models, and gave them to him. I also have the receipts here, what he was paid. He got a total of $1,765 of clothing for the photo shoot. And when he returned them, about 2 weeks later, and I itemized them with my accountant, these are the list of items that was missing, was a total $909.
Did you ever have a conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Bonds about paying the models in kind, with merchandise, rather than paying them in cash?
No, I didn't. The agreement was there was a budget allocated of $500 for them to get paid. And I also have signed receipts from the models that they didn't receive any money.
Did you ever have a discussion with the defendants with regard to $3,500 as the total fee, and then you wanted to do it for $3,000, which is what he says?
That was because he was supposed to do a print catalog, which was part of Phase 2, which he never did it.
Does anybody have a full contract signed?
There was no contract. This was a verbal agreement, but I have a witness that was there where she actually witnessed, which is a model, witnessed Allison and I having a conversation about giving samples away. She witnessed Allison.
That person I'd like to hear, because that will take care of this case as far as I'm concerned. Can you tell me your name?
Michelle Torres Monroe.
Ms. Monroe, you were a model for this photo shoot?
I was.
And I understand you have information with regard to your compensation.
Yes.
And the plaintiff.
I was told by Mr. Bonds and Mrs. Bonds that I would be compensated with sample clothing. During the photo shoot, I witnessed Mr. Bonds and Allison having a conversation.
You were at the photo shoot?
Yes.
Go ahead.
They had a conversation, and after their conversation was done, Allison reached into the samples, and she had given samples to her models. So Mr. Bonds, in turn, gave me a sample of clothing. After the photo shoot, we went outside. Allison's car was broken into, and Mr. and Mrs. Bonds asked if we could put the clothing in our car because there was so much in her car was broken into. We were outside, and Allison said, "Thank you very much. I really appreciate you taking the clothes, putting them in your car. Please feel free to take anything you want, and Rodney and I will divvy it up later."
That sound right to you?
Incorrect.
I believe her. I believe her.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today, Allison Ashmowry claims former friends Rodney and Nia Bonds owe for the cost of a website. Allison claims the finished product was horrible.
What reason does she have to lie to me?
First
Give
of
me
all,
a reason.
I'm not saying that she lied, but what's incorrect, I did have a small car, and he was responsible of picking up the merchandise, doing the photo shoot, and returning them. Because all the merchandise, $2,000 worth of clothes, cannot fit in my vehicle, I said, "Rodney, take them home, and I will come, and I will get them."
I'm not talking about that. She said you brought certain models with you, you took out merchandise and gave it to them. Did that happen?
I had friends there because we were short. They were not there to work. I did not agree or give anyone any clothing. It's a startup business, and that's a big loss, $900 for me.
I have here written release forms from the models, and I also have a copy of the site, and I do have people who she brought and hired as a model.
Can I see?
These are written model release forms, and these are letters of receipt from the model saying that they received it. We were not able to get in contact with all of them, but all the release forms are there. And I also have pictures of friends of hers who she actually brung in as a model.
Would you show those to her before I look at them?
Yes.
And
did you bring in that model? It's easy enough to find out.
Yes, because he only brought in 4 people.
You just told me you didn't bring in anybody.
I told you I had friends that were there with us.
You told me that you had friends that were there with you that did not model, but they were there for other reasons, so you were mistaken.
I modeled myself, Your Honor.
So the answer is you were mistaken.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Can I add something, if you don't mind?
Sure.
There's also these photos here, if I can submit, that he didn't have them scanned or on the website. And if you take a look at the clothing, they're extremely wrinkled. And even though I paid a lot of money and being the president of the company, I also had the model on my website. I also had the iron clothes, and I also had to do a lot of things.
Madam, let me explain something. Don't show it to me. I'm not interested. This is your business.
Correct.
Are you still in business?
Yes.
Good. $3,000, including a photo shoot, is practically nothing in order to launch a website and have a photo shoot. Nothing. And you don't get models and a place and photographers, the whole other thing for $500. That doesn't happen. I believe them when they tell me that there was some discussion about it, and the models were compensated not with cash, because there wouldn't have been any money left over from the $500 allocated for a photo shoot, and then you decide not to give him the $500 to begin with. So he gave him clothing, and I believe that he did that with your approval. More importantly, you're starting up a business. You had the obligation to ensure yourself that you were getting the best possible person at the best possible cost in order to do your business. You neither asked for a reference, you didn't ask for any portfolio so that you could look at his work. You trusted him.
Correct.
That's what you told me. And he gave you the best possible work that he could do. There is no indication that he maliciously didn't give you the best possible work that he could do. He spelled a few words wrong. That's first. That's not a big deal. That can be fixed. You have to give him the opportunity to be fixed, and based upon this email that I read, you did give him an opportunity to fix some of the stuff. Now, somebody else may have launched it, and you may have had to pay them additionally, but that's the cost of doing business. A good lesson for you: when you hire somebody to do work for your company, you have to make sure that this is the right person for the job. And if these people turned out to do work that was less than satisfactory to you, next time you won't use them. That doesn't mean you get your money back. That's all. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Definitely was a lesson to be learned, but I did trust the defendant like family, and I feel you really shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you.
Well, I think it was judged fairly, that the judge actually seen the integrity and the fairness in which we provided, which we started with from the beginning.
I wouldn't trust people. You know, you just can't. Not friends or family. To work with professionals, definitely, because he was unprofessional.
It was just shocking to know that, you know, someone would go through this length just for other personal reasons and not for professional reasons. So
basically, I still have a website that people cannot view, and you know, he stole clothing from me, and I lost a lot of money. But like she says, business, and it's a lesson.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Fox versus Jasmer. Step forward, please.
Small business owner Trish Fox is suing her former employee, housekeeper Glenda Jasmer, for wrecking her car. Glenda says she was using it for company business.
Ms. Fox, what kind of business do you have?
It's or I should say that it is a residential upscale cleaning company.
And there was a time when Ms. Jasmer was an employee of yours, according to your complaint, and your lawsuit involves an accident that she had driving your personal car.
Yes, ma'am.
You want Ms. Jasmer, who is no longer employed by your company, to pay the deductible, which was $500, the insurance deductible, because this was your personal car. Ms. Jasmer says that she was engaged in company business at the time. Is that right?
That's right.
And therefore, she's not responsible. When did this accident happen?
On January 10th of this year.
What time?
At approximately 3 p.m.
What was Ms. Jasmer's job that day?
The defendant was helping to assist with the distribution of door hangers.
So she was distributing advertisements for your company?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was she driving your car?
My business is supply and demand, which means that even though we do have company cars, if they are all in use, it's sometimes necessary for a employee to either use their own car or for them to use my car.
So she was using your car on company time, doing company business when she was involved in this accident.
She had also made a personal stop by a store, so I'm not sure what happened first or second, but she was distributing door hangers for me at my request.
How did the accident happen, Miss Jasmer?
The accident happened, I was avoiding an accident and got into an accident. What happened was I was stopped at a stop sign, and it was like a freeway.
Whatever, you were trying to avoid an accident, you got into an accident, but it was determined that it was your fault.
That's right.
If Miss Jasmer had been driving a company car, what would you have done?
Had she been driving one of my company cars, she would have been an insured driver for the company car.
And therefore you would not have pursued her with regard to any deductible?
I probably would have, especially because she was negligent and caused this accident to occur.
You would have lost either way. Let's say she caused an accident and somebody was seriously injured. Nobody was injured, I assume, in the accident. Is that right?
No, I had slight injuries, and there was an employee that hurt his shoulder, but outside of that.
Your company would have been liable. You understand that?
Yes.
So the issue is, if she's involved in your business and you told her to take your car, then it becomes, for that moment, a company car. Maybe in your personal name, but you're giving her permission to drive the car. You know that. So why are you here?
I'm here because I have a police report which states that Glenda was completely at fault. She entered onto a highway when it was clearly unsafe to do so. When she called me at my place of business to alert me that she had been involved in an automobile accident, she told me not one, but two different stories as to what occurred. Due to the fact that she had said that she would pay my deductible and then consequently abandoned her job and just stopped reporting to work, I decided to pursue it.
Do you think that she intentionally caused an accident where she was shaken up and another employee was injured?
I believe that her judgment on the day in question was poor.
Of course, that's why you usually have an accident, because you're exercising poor judgment. I didn't ask you if it was poor judgment. I asked you if it was intentional.
I would have to assume not, no.
Of course not. That's why it's called an accident. And that's why if you're engaged in company business, you should only let your employees drive company cars, for which they are totally insured. Got it?
Got it.
Case dismissed.
Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She basically goes through her life taking advantage of situations. She lives in a government-subsidized housing with someone else, two people who pay her rent.
I think it was justified. I thought the case went very well.
Secondly, she was having her wages garnished while working for me, as was her witness for back child support. So I feel that considering everything, that I'm not surprised that Glenda would be thrilled with the judgment.
I didn't just leave work. I had injuries due to the accident, slight whiplash that caused migraines.
Once again, she gets off scot-free, and she can go on with her merry little life and continue to step on people and do what she does best.
Representative Raina Short is suing her ex-fiancé, shipping clerk Gerald King, for breaking a lease and for his share of a wedding that never happened. Gerald is countersuing for the return of property and for the cost of a timeshare.
Yes, case number 25 on the calendar in the matter of Short versus King. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Short, you and the defendant were engaged to be married. You were living together. It didn't work out. Mr. King left. He left you a note saying, goodbye, it's not working out. Since you were living in a home and you had signed the lease, you think he should be responsible for his portion of the remainder of the lease, which was 6 months. And in addition, since he terminated the engagement, you believe that he should be responsible for some of the wedding expenses?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. King says he was more than generous. He left a month's rent in advance. He left you his share of March's rent. And in addition, he has a counterclaim. He said that you kept some of his belongings and those of his daughters, who I assume was living with you, and something about a timeshare that you owe him for. He's going to explain that to me. When did you move in together?
September of 2000.
And when was the last time you signed a lease together?
August of 2002.
And what kind of property was that, a home or an apartment?
It's a townhome that we were renting.
You both signed the lease?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct, Mr. King?
Yes, we both did sign that lease.
And what was the rent on the apartment?
$1,510 plus water, which was typically $25 a month. So typically we were paying $1,535 a month.
Okay. And what was Mr. King's share of the rent?
Most months he would pay between $600 and $650 towards the rent.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you moved out in February, sir, and you paid for March?
I paid $575 to her
for March. All right. So you have April, May, June, July. You have 4 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's $2,400. Now, you, Mr. King, are going to explain to me why you believe you should not be responsible for that $2,400.
Okay, first off, the Capital One bill, which she had placed on this, I guess she's removed it since
I don't know what you're talking about. I asked you a question. I'm not talking about your counterclaim yet, Mr. King. I'm talking about why you should not be responsible, since you obligated yourself under a lease, why you should not be responsible for $2,400, which is your portion of the rent on the lease that you obligated yourself to pay for.
I feel that all of the bills that we incurred that created debt for us, which primarily is the Transwest account, as well as the lease, which were both things that we signed, 50%, 50%.
I'm not talking, sir, about your counterclaim. So is what you're telling me that you should be responsible for $2,400? And then I will get to your counterclaim.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're saying?
No. If I'm taking on my portion of it, then she should also be responsible for taking on her portion of it.
Well, what bills did you take responsibility for, sir?
The Transwest account.
And what is the Transwest account?
It is a timeshare that we signed up for.
That's your counterclaim, sir. I mean, are you not hearing what I'm saying, or are you just being intentionally thick? I'm not entertaining your counterclaim yet. I will do that, which may be a set-off.
Okay.
Is what you're saying to me that you do, in fact, owe her $2,400 for the rent, barring any counterclaim that you have?
For the rent, yes, ma'am.
Now let's get to the wedding expenses. What wedding expenses are we talking about?
There were flowers that were purchased. And
flowers purchased?
Yes, ma'am. Originally, I was going to put the flowers together myself into the bouquets and the headpieces.
These are the flowers that you purchased?
Yes, ma'am. And in turn, we then turned around and had somebody put them together for us. I feel that, seeing as how those flowers could have been used for other things, had they not been converted already into bouquets and headpieces and such, that he should have to pay the cost of having the flowers put into wedding pieces.
Why?
Because of the fact that I numerous different times after he started getting cold feet asked him, is this wedding going to go forth? And he numerous times kept ensuring me, yes, this wedding is going to go forth. The wedding dress is also there because the wedding dress was actually a second dress. I had hired someone to create a dress for me because we were originally going to do a medieval wedding. And so I had purchased fabric for that, had hired someone to do the dress for me. And then his mother kept saying repeatedly that she wanted a more normal wedding, a more traditional wedding. So I asked him, he said all he wanted was to marry me. Seeing as how we were going to be together and sharing all these expenses would be no problem at all. So I took the fabric, gave it to my sister. She was going to take the fabric that had been purchased to make my original dress and was going to make our flower girls and junior bridesmaids dresses. And I purchased a second wedding dress. Whereas if he had told me that he was having cold feet or wanted out of it, I never would have.
He was having cold feet, madam. He told you he was having cold feet. He postponed the wedding.
He said postpone, not cancel.
That should have been a clue. That should have been a clue. Somebody says, they're having some problems here. The wedding's going to go forward, hon. You know I want to marry you and I know I love you, but I'm really not quite comfortable. I wouldn't go out and get flowers.
He did that part, though, after the second dress was purchased.
Okay. Mr. King, I want you to tell me about the property that you claim that Ms. Short is holding that belongs to you, as well as this timeshare.
Okay. First, there is 2 beds, twin, which is my daughter's, and a queen size, which is mine. A television and a VCR, which I had brought with me from the last place that I had lived. A computer, which I had purchased back there, and then a monitor that we had purchased when we were in a relationship together. Those are the primary items that I
Well,
have
you
listed.
said we purchased the monitor. Certain things you say you purchased, and some you said we purchased a monitor. When you said we purchased a monitor, who put in the money?
Both of us.
It was put on my credit card, Your Honor.
What about the other things you talked about? Beds?
There are pictures right here that I have as evidence. He has the the garage door opener to the garage. All of his belongings have been in the garage since a week after he left. At one point, he came to the house, retrieved some of them, but has had the garage door opener since then, and he has refused to come by the house to pick up the rest of his belongings. They are all in the garage. He has full access to them at any time, whether I'm there or not, because he does have the garage door opener.
Sir, the things that you mentioned are here. So why don't you go get them?
The last time I had, we had arranged to be able to talk about this whole situation was approximately a week and a half after I had left. And I went to get to make contact with her, and we sat down and we had lunch, and then we went over to the house, and I went to start loading items up in my car because she was speaking on the telephone, and I figured I'd give her privacy. And so I was loading the items up, and I went to load my computer up, and she told me that I could not take it because...
Well, is you the computer and the monitor?
Well, at the time...
Yes, ma'am.
Of course.
At that-
Well, you can't take the computer and the monitor, sir. You didn't pay for it.
Well, the computer I did, ma'am.
What about the computer?
The computer, he did bring the PC portion of it. Yes, ma'am, he did bring that.
Is that in the garage?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, well, it's going to be in the garage, but not the monitor.
I went to begin loading the computer up, and she prevented me from leaving
Fine.
the house.
Were you loading up the monitor, too?
No.
No.
I hadn't gotten to the monitor yet. I
But
was
you were
planning
going
on
to.
it, yes.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Fiancé Gerald King owes for breaking a lease and for half the cost of a wedding.
So, only your things. Listen to me. Your things. The computer, that's going to be in here because that belongs to you, not the monitor.
Okay.
Not the monitor. The rest of the things you have to go get. But, listen to me. You have to go get them 5 days from today. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you do not go to get them 5 days from today, I am giving her permission to call the Salvation Army and dump all your stuff. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because she's not your storage unit. Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Now, that takes care of your things. Speak not. Speak not. He's not paying the wedding expenses.
No, that's not what this is about.
What do you want?
The timeshare.
No, he gets a chance to speak
Oh,
first.
I apologize.
Now, I'm getting to the part of your counterclaim where you're talking about the timeshare. I want you to explain that to me, sir.
Okay, the timeshare was it's called Worldmark. It's an agreement that allows us to have points to be able to spend to stay at different locations around the United States and in the Pacific.
Good.
We had approximately a year and a half ago signed the agreement with both of our signatures on it for the total amount that has now come down to $7,821.
$7,821.
And 90 cents.
Yes.
Half of that would be approximately, well, it will be exactly $3,910.
Just a minute, divide
and
by
95 cents.
2. Yes, go ahead.
First off, I have the agreement here.
Okay, no. Did you sign that agreement?
Yes, ma'am, I sure did.
Okay. You acknowledge that you're obligated to pay $3,910?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because I have made all the payments to date out of a direct withdrawal from my account. I have also got the documentation here to take my name off of it. It was purchased as for our honeymoon and for us as a family to utilize. If I'm not able to use it for my honeymoon or as a family, I have no need for the property.
Well, neither does he.
He's moved in with another person who has a family whom he is sharing things with.
But neither does he.
But
has he used the timeshare? Have you
neither
used
of
it?
us have.
Yeah,
And
but
I
you're
have taken my name off of it.
Well, you can't. You can't.
And the fact
Ms.
that...
Short, you can't take your name off of it. That's just like him saying to me, I'm not living in the apartment anymore. I'm taking my name off the lease. You know, that's what I've done. I called the landlord and I said to the landlord, take my name off the lease because I'm not living there anymore. Then we all wouldn't be here.
I'm also the one that has made all of the payments so far.
You made them together as a unit. The two of you signed a contract for a timeshare. You cannot unilaterally take your name off that contract to his detriment, and he cannot unilaterally take his name off the lease that he signed to your detriment. That's it. I don't get into who paid for more and who paid for less as far as gas and eating out and ice cream and entertainment.
That wasn't what I was addressing, ma'am.
Yes, you were. You were saying the household expenses were $3,400 and he didn't even pay 50% of it. And what I'm saying to you is that was your financial arrangement. Your financial arrangement was he would give you a certain amount of money, you would put it in your checking account, and you would pay the household bills. And one of the bills that you paid out of your checking account was the timeshare. Ms. Short, you don't like the answer, but unfortunately, that's the answer. There are two contracts. One's for a lease, one's for a timeshare. Each of them are obligated under those two contracts. What's left under the timeshare, unless there is a different amount left under the timeshare, is there?
Yes.
Okay, good. So what is the amount left on the timeshare?
According to this, to remove my name states a zero balance.
I don't understand what that means.
It means
Are you playing with me?
No, ma'am.
Mr. King, $2,400 is what you owe her for rent. And the court will draft an order that she is to pay 1/2 of the remaining balance on the timeshare contract directly to the company, and that her check for $2,400 will be held until the clerk ascertains what exactly is left. Now, if in fact the amount remaining is greater than the $2,400, as you seem to indicate it is, that amount will be deducted from the $2,400, and that amount will be given over to the timeshare company. Does that sound reasonable to you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That way, everybody is bound by the terms of their contract. Does that sound fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He struck up a relationship with this other person
I knew how she would react,
6 months before he walked out,
and I wanted a chance to be able to tell the kids goodbye,
still telling me all along that we were still going to get married.
and I knew I would not get a chance to.
If you have doubts, trust your doubts.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Eagles versus Adams. Step forward, please.
Hairdresser Kealunda Eagles is suing her daughter's friend, 19-year-old Laytoy Adams, for damaging her car when she jumped on the roof. Laytoy says she was being chased by a dog.
Miss Adams, according to what I've read in Miss Eagles' complaint, you were playing outside with the plaintiff's son. Is that right?
That's right.
And at some point, something happened, and you jumped on the hood of her car.
Correct.
When did that happen?
When I heard a dog chasing me.
You heard a dog chasing you?
Yep, I heard a dog barking from behind me. I assumed it was running after me and Nathan, who was playing.
So Nathan ran away?
Yes, and I jumped on the hood of Kia's car.
And you damaged it?
Yes.
She wants you to pay for it?
She told me I didn't have to. After I suggested I pay for it, she said she wasn't materialistic and I didn't have to pay for a car.
Is that right?
Yes, I didn't really press the issue. I was supposed to sell the car, and when they saw the car, they no longer wanted it because it's over $2,000 damage done to the car.
Of course, if the roof of the car is dented, it's going to reduce the value, but did you tell her she didn't have to pay for it?
Well, I had mentioned it to her. I told her don't worry about it at the time. Then I called her and I told her that I was supposed to sell the car and they won't accept it like that. And so I told her that she had to pay for it. So
How much after the incident did you tell her she had to pay for it?
Probably about 2 weeks.
Okay, you have a picture of the car?
I sure do.
Let me see. What kind of car was it?
It's a 97 Ford Taurus.
Where is it now?
It's at the hotel.
So you're still driving it?
Yes.
Not as bad as I thought it would be.
Those are just the pictures. There's a lot of waves on top of the roof. There's plenty of waves there.
Okay.
It's very noticeable
Now,
when you're on it.
When did you purchase the car?
About 2 years ago.
And how much did you pay for the car when you purchased it?
We'll say $7,200.
Now, you said you were going to sell the car. Why were you selling it?
Because I want a new vehicle.
And how much were you going to receive from the car, from the purchaser?
Well, I guess he would say like maybe $4,000 towards a new vehicle.
Were you trading the car in? Is that what you were going to be doing?
Exactly.
You were trading it in?
Yes.
Now, you have an estimate to fix the roof?
Yes, I do.
May I see it, please? How do you pronounce your first name?
Laytoy.
How old are you?
19.
Laytoy, was there anything else that you could have done other than jump on the roof?
No, I just jumped. I'm afraid of dogs. I jumped.
What is this estimate for?
That's for them. They're going to cut out the top of the roof of the car, and they have to replace it with another roof and do other things to it.
When you took the car back to the company when you were going to get a new car, how much did they say they would give you for the car as it was?
Well, after he told me that he couldn't take it like that, I just began to get mad, and I just said, forget it. And then I took it to some appraisers to tell me how much the damage is. And then after I got it fixed, I was going to take it back.
So what do you think?
I feel that in LA I could get it done cheaper if I was to do it.
Well, did you tell her that?
Yes. After I was served papers, I did suggest that, and it was negative. So.
What do you mean it was negative?
She said that she has someone that does her car for her on a regular basis when something's wrong with it. And
who is that?
That's affordable repairs.
Is that one of the estimates that you have here?
Yeah, that's the main one. That's the one I take my cars to.
Look, I don't think anybody thinks that this was her fault, that the dog ran out. But it was her fault that she chose to jump up on your car when there were other alternatives.
The dog started to chase after both of them. She ran one way and Nathan ran another way. They were halfway down the street before she jumped on my car. But maybe in her head, she's thinking he's still chasing her.
There was a fear.
Okay.
There was a fear. But it's not your fault.
No, it's not.
And the defendant had other options. The defendant has to take care of this damage. Do you have any insurance
I
on the
had
car?
other options.
You had other options.
All right.
He didn't jump up on a car, did he?
Nope.
Why don't you run the same direction he ran in?
We were running the same direction. I took 2 steps and leaped on top of a car.
He didn't. Dog didn't get you, did it?
Mm-mm.
All right. I don't think that there's any fault or blame here. You just didn't exercise good judgment. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,873. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I didn't want to come this far with it, but she's immature, and hopefully she'll learn a lesson from this. Be more responsible about other people's things. I love you, Latoy.
Is suing his daughter's ex-fiancé, tile business owner Jamie Dennison, for the unpaid balance on furniture. Jamie says the furniture shouldn't be his debt.
Yeah, this is case number 185 on the calendar in the matter of Shork versus Dennison. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Mr. Shork, Mr. Dennison is your daughter's former boyfriend. They have a child together, according to what I've read. It is your claim that Mr. Dennison owes you for furniture that was purchased on your credit card that was left in the home when he and your daughter separated, when she left with the child. Mr. Dennison seems to indicate in his answer that you bought him a gift. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
And this whole thing arose because you're angry over some child support order that was currently made or not made, and that's why you're here today.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Dennison, I have a couple of questions to ask you before I go to Mr. Schrock. How old is your child?
3.
And how long did you live with Mr. Schrock's daughter?
We were together for probably, 2 years.
And who is this person here?
This is my girlfriend, Melissa.
What does she have to contribute to this case?
Well, she was a witness to the fight that he come over to the house, and he wanted to fight me over the furniture.
Well, I don't have that as part of this case, so she's really not relevant to anything. Now, when did you start to live with Mr. Schrock's daughter?
She moved in with me and my parents when we first got together.
When?
See, Caitlin's 3, so 2000.
And did you ever move into your own apartment?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
When did you move into your own apartment?
We moved in probably 8 months or so after we lived with my parents in 2000.
And when did you and Mr. Schrock's daughter separate?
We separated several times.
The last time?
It's 2 years ago.
Are you the daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Step up. What's the date?
January of 2001. We actually lived together for 4 years. Our daughter was born in '99.
Now, I want you to tell me, sir, about the motive that you allege that Mr. Schrock has to bring this lawsuit about this child support problem. Tell me about that. Do you pay child support for your daughter?
Yes.
In what amount?
Sum of $303 a month.
And how long have you been paying the $300 a month?
Over a year now.
And prior to that, were you paying support?
No, not when she left, not the beginning.
For how long hadn't you paid any support?
6 months.
Now, what was this child support case about, sir?
It was for the child support of it. And,
Well, you say that Mr. Schrock is angry. Why would he be angry?
I guess because over the furniture.
No, it's not over the furniture. You say in your answer
The man
they
came
are
over
just
for the furniture.
angry because of a child support issue that came up a few months ago. So
Correct.
what was the child support issue?
The child support issue.
Why don't you
Just
tell me?
It's because he doesn't pay.
That's what she says.
He's been to
yes.
jail prior once before for not paying, and he's now currently $3,400 behind on the current order.
When was he in jail prior for not paying child support?
June of 2002.
Is that correct, Mr. Dennison?
I was in jail, Your Honor, yes.
And I didn't
For
start
what?
receiving.
For child support.
No, you were in jail for not paying child support.
Well, it was, well, yes, for not paying child support.
Okay. And how much child support did you not pay?
It was a total of $1,000, which it cost me $1,000 to get out of jail.
I don't care what it cost you to get out of jail. You owed $1,000 according to you at that time.
Correct.
Is that what he owed at that time?
It was like $1,200, yeah. That was pretty much.
And how much does he owe now?
Currently, he owes a total of almost $6,000.
Why?
Your Honor, I've been paying my child support.
No, you haven't been, sir.
I've been paying money in, and they have also, I've called the child support division, and they're saying the days that I've sent checks that they're not receiving the checks and money orders, but I've been sending the money orders. So I don't know what's
This is
going
not a vast conspiracy, sir. This is not a vast right-wing conspiracy against you. One check may get lost. 2 checks over the course of several years may get lost, but not $6,000 worth. That doesn't get lost.
I'm not aware of $6,000, Judge.
All right, Mr. Schrock,
Yes, ma'am.
tell me about the furniture.
My daughter and Mr. Jameson were living together, and they had got him a trailer and was moving in and was needing some furniture, and they were having trouble with their credit and stuff, and so I co-signed to get him the furniture. And after doing so, a few months after, they were, in the process of splitting up, and she was having trouble getting her things, and so I went with her one day, and they were arguing over pretty much everything, when you do split, how that stuff goes. And she was taking all of her stuff, and he said he would pay for the furniture if I left it, and he would continue making the payments. And I've been through a couple divorces, and I know how it is, so I felt a little compassion for the man. I liked the man a lot, and I said, well, that'd be fine. A couple months later, I received a statement saying he had not made payment, so I took the statement to him, and he said, well, I'll take care of it. And
So, let's hear what happened.
Well, Your Honor, when we lived together, my checks on Fridays, I work week to week, my checks went to her to pay bills. I had $740 to give on the loan. I tried to get the loan in my name. It didn't go through. So the next day I went to work. She calls her father. Her father then goes down with her and signs for the furniture. And it's true, she told me to keep the furniture. She didn't want it, the responsibility. Well, come to find out that the payments hadn't been made for like 6 months. The note was $1,400 and some odd dollars. I had the $740 to put down it, so I was only going to
So did you, in fact, put down the $740 is my question?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Is that correct, Mr. Schrock?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's fair. And the furniture that you had, you were moving back to your parents?
Yes.
So you weren't going to take this furniture?
No, I was going to,
Yes,
but
she
he
was.
wasn't going to let me have it.
They were arguing over it. We had to co-sign for
What
her. and
furniture was it?
It was a couch, a love seat, coffee table, end tables, and an entertainment center.
And that was in what year?
And we bought it in 2000.
Mr. Schrock,
Yes.
I want you to listen to me very carefully, sir.
Yes.
Furniture that's 3 years old, a living room set, couch, love seat, tables, entertainment center, all that furniture that costs $1,400 is probably not still standing or sitting or whatever. I understand that you're angry. Is your daughter living with you?
No.
Do you spend time with your granddaughter?
Of course.
Who are you living with?
I'm living with my boyfriend in Shelbyville.
How long have you been living with your boyfriend?
2 years.
Is this going to be a permanent arrangement?
Yes.
How long were you living with him?
About 4.5 years.
Was that a permanent arrangement?
I thought it was.
Judge Judy Conchork says his daughter's ex-fiancé, Jamie Dennison, owes for the unpaid balance on furniture. Jamie says he never made an agreement to pay.
Does Mr. Dennison see his daughter?
Yes, there was a period of time which he didn't because he wasn't paying child support. So he felt that he wouldn't call to get her because there was a warrant for his arrest. So there was an 8-month period of time that he did not see her.
But once he went to jail, he started to see her again?
Yes.
So when do you see your daughter, Mr. Dennison?
Very seldom, Judge. Very seldom.
How often do you pay support, Mr. Dennison?
I try to pay support, usually on time, every week.
Trying is not an answer. That doesn't mean that you're not supposed to see your daughter.
Correct.
But you're supposed to be a responsible
I
parent.
don't get to see her, Judge.
Yes, she did.
Last weekend was my weekend, Judge. I'd have all my children together.
How many children do you have?
I have 3 children.
3 children?
3 children, yes.
How old are your 3 children?
11, 6, and 3.
Have you ever been married?
Yes,
How many times?
just once.
Are the 2 other children the product of that marriage?
I have 3 by 3.
3 by 3?
3 by 3 different women, Judge. My first wife was an excellent lady. I messed that up, but I paid for it twice.
That's the reason he doesn't pay child support.
Mr. Schrock?
Yes, ma'am.
Put
Yes,
a
Judge.
period.
Put a period.
Yeah. Your daughter made one mistake. What she got out of the mistake was a lovely child, your granddaughter, who it looks to me you adore. You got a twinkle in your eye when you think about her.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a winner. Hope the second one is a winner. Let's keep your fingers crossed that the second one is a winner. This one you're going to have to chase for the money. He's got 3 women chasing him for money. And he doesn't look that strong, nor that interesting to me, as a matter of fact, but that's merely my own editorializing. Who knows? Do you have a child with him?
No.
So far, that is a testament to your good judgment. Put a period, Mr. Schrock. You don't want the furniture back. It's old, it's stained, it's decrepit. Got it? Put a period. Goodbye.
Please excuse, you may step out.
Just try to keep peace so I can see my child. That's all I want to do.
I hope he pays his child support and takes care of his responsibility.
The thing between the Shorks and Jamie will never be ending. It's going to go on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lee versus Bukey, step forward, please.
Computer graphics marketer Wendell Lee is suing his former friend, Janelle Bukey, for the return of his property. Wendell says she was watching his things while he was in jail.
Mr. Lee, how do you know the defendant?
We've been friends for several years, I guess. I met her at a club one night a few years ago.
How many years ago?
I don't know, 5 years maybe.
Sometime last year, according to what I read, you were going to jail. What were you going to jail for?
It was a drug possession,
Possession of what?
methamphetamine,
What was the sentence?
180 days.
Is it the first time you were incarcerated?
The first time ever, yeah.
Your complaint states that you asked the defendant to store some of your property while you were in jail.
Well, you know, I stored some things over there. She gave me some room, like in her garage.
Listen to my...
Right.
Just say right if I'm
Sure.
right. And you did your 180 days, and when you came out, you went to stay with her, had some sort of an altercation shortly thereafter, and when you left, she kicked you out, and she kept your property, right?
Right.
And you want $5,000, or your property.
That was the original thing, was the property back, right?
And now?
It may not be there.
Well, she has it, because she says she has it, isn't that right?
I have the truck and his jacket. That's all I have of his.
Where's the rest?
Everything was put in storage, and that's all I had of his when he came to stay the night. And he came in at 3 o'clock in the morning. I took my kids to school, and I told him, get up. You think he's going to sleep all day? Slammed the door. He called me the C word. I said, get out. And he took his things with him. He took his guitar. I don't have anything of his.
Well, let me ask you this question. You indicate that he gave you some things when he went to jail.
I bought a TV from him. He didn't give it to me. I purchased it.
Did you sell her a TV?
I think I filled her house with my stuff. But it was all with the, you know, thought I'd be staying there when I got out, maybe for a little while, maybe, you know, not moving in necessarily. But I never expected to give her all of my things, you know.
Well, just tell me what things you're talking about. She says she purchased a television set
Right.
from you. How much did you pay him for it?
He was selling it for $50. I gave him $100 for it. It was broken. I paid for it. It wasn't something he gave to me. I bought the TV before
What
he
else
went to jail.
did you ask her to store for you, Mr. Lee?
Well, really, it was just because of the time constraints. I had a storage place. She was going to put the things in my storage.
What?
Excuse me?
What?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Wendell Lee says Former friend Janelle Buki is holding his possessions hostage.
What's next, Mr. Lee?
Well, there was a video game that sits on her bar, and
A video game.
It's
What kind of a video game?
it's a kind of when you you know, the quarter game that you see at bars and stuff like that.
Do you know what he's talking about?
I do.
Right.
I also paid $100.
What
and
is
had
a
the game
video
fixed.
game?
It's a little video game that you put coins in. I paid $100 to get it fixed. It broke again. It's in the shop. I'll give him the address to go pick it up, to take it out of the shop. That's where it's
Terrific.
at.
So that takes care of the TV and the video game. What's next?
Okay, the truck.
Truck.
The truck was going to be towed away. He gave me the truck. He said, give it to my son. I have it right here, a
I
letter
see it.
that is highlighted.
Just a second. The truck was going to be
impounded. He told me to go pick it up because it was going to be impounded. He was in jail and it was going to be impounded. He said, you can have the truck, give it to your son. I picked it up. The truck didn't run. I put $400 into the truck. When he got out of jail, he said that he wanted his truck back. I said, not a problem. Give me the $400 that I have invested into it.
All right. Seems to me that you gave her the truck. If you feel like it, go and fill my truck and take it. I told Matt to give it up in a letter I wrote to him. If not, oh well, I won't miss the damn thing. Thank you for everything.
That's not really the way it was. I only did that because she was crying to me that she didn't have the money for my storage. So my mom sent her the money. That was before that happened. I said, well, take the truck and sell it or something. But I didn't really mean it like the.
Could you do me a favor, Mr. Lee?
What?
I asked you, what's next?
What's next? Okay. When I got out, my mom sent me a calling card, and she never gave it to me, and ran up a $600 bill.
That's not in your complaint.
Yes, it is.
Could you please show this to the plaintiff and ask him to please show me where in the complaint he talks about... I'm speaking. Ask him to show me in the complaint where he talks about a $600 phone bill. Just ask him to point it out.
Just point it out.
The thing was longer than that, man. There was more to it than that.
He says there was more to it
This was a big part of it, was this.
Mr. Lee, that's all you wrote to me. What's next?
Next is my camera, which was a mini DV digital camera.
Now, did you ask her about the camera?
Yes.
And what did she say?
What she said, I don't know. You know, she didn't have it. That's what she told me. But she's the only person who could have gotten the storage because it was only mine, and you know there was no other names on the thing, you know, to be allowed in. And a friend who lived down the street saw her take it out.
That person here today?
No, but you know she's aware of it.
Mr. Lee, other than the camera, what else, sir?
Okay, there's the computer speaker system that was in her garage.
What else?
Well, there's on the list, you know, whatever we got here. My leather jacket, did she say she has that?
You have his leather jacket.
I have his leather jacket.
We're going to give that back to him.
Absolutely.
And my set of golf clubs.
You have a
we played
set of
golf
golf
together.
No, I do not have a set of golf clubs.
Did you have a set of golf clubs?
No, I have my own set. I have 3 sets. I don't need his.
She has a whole bunch of sets, and one of them is mine. And I had a couple weed whackers. Don't you have a copy of this list?
What other items we're talking about?
All right, well...
My question is simple. We have a camera and we have a computer speaker system.
I have a whole list here.
I don't care about your whole list. I asked you to speak. I got rid of the television. I got rid of the video. I got rid of the truck. I'm not interested in those things. Those things are gone. Computer, speaker, system, camera, and weed whackers.
Right.
What else?
Well, the only thing besides that I have, she said already she had some lamps and things like that she took and hung up around her house. And I believe there was, I think we got almost everything here.
All right, what about his camera?
I do not have his camera, never saw his camera, never touched his camera. I know the day he went to jail, he went early because he got into a fight with his best friend over a camera.
Well, tell me about that.
I don't know. That's why I was just there. They got into a big fist fight, and he ended up going to jail bloody with his best friend over a camera.
Okay, computer speaker system.
Now, are there little black speakers about this big?
Yes, right. That's what he wants.
I have those.
He gets those back along with his leather jacket.
No problem.
Great. Now,
I also have a weed whacker, too, for him.
And I want you to give him back his weed whacker.
No problem.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And these things to be returned to him within 5 days.
No problem.
Who are you?
Ma'am, I can collaborate.
Listen, you can't collaborate on anything. The word is corroborate, and I want you to listen to me very carefully. All I asked you is your name. What is your name?
Matthew Cardinale.
Matthew, do you get along with her or not?
I've known her approximately as long as I've known him.
Perfect. And you get along. You know, you're not hostile. Yeah. Very good. He's going to pick up the jacket, the weed whacker, and the speakers. Do you understand? Sure. Thank you very much. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'll never speak to him again.
It's over, I guess.
I was his only friend that helped him out.
With friends like that, who needs enemies?
He called me the C word in my home. Time to go.
Elizabeth Kreutz is suing her ex-sister-in-law, business owner Fran Lewis Ebling, for bail. Elizabeth says Fran asked for it when her ex-husband was arrested for sinking a $1 million yacht for the insurance money.
Order. All rise.
This is case number 209 on the calendar in the matter of Kreutz versus Ebling. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats, please.
All right, let me see if I understand the family relationships here. Ms. Kreutz, the defendant is your former sister-in-law.
That's correct.
She was at one time married to your brother.
That's correct.
Is the brother here today?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is he?
Sitting right there.
That's me.
Okay. According to your complaint, you received a telephone call from Miss Ebling asking if you could loan her $5,000 because your brother had gotten himself arrested.
Correct.
Something that had to do with what?
What, a federal indictment?
All right, stand up. If you've been to court, then you know that you stand up when you come to court. Mr. Ebling, was the case ultimately in the federal court dismissed? Were you convicted? Did you?
I pled guilty and I served. I did everything that I was supposed to do.
You pled guilty and were you sentenced?
Yes, I was.
You have been sentenced. Were you sentenced to jail time?
I got 400 hours of community service and a $40,000 fine.
Okay. Now you may have a seat. She called you and said, could you lend me $5,000 because your brother's in jail. I have $5,000. That's the way it ultimately came out. I have $5,000. We need 10. Could you lend us 5? And you did. So far, that is correct. Is that right?
No, I didn't ask for a loan.
Wrong.
Shh. I don't want to hear you.
Sorry.
Do it again and you're gone.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, tell me what you said to her when you called.
Oh, we had been talking. This makes me very sad to be here today because...
I don't care if you're sad or not. I'm sad to be here, too. Could you please just tell me what you said to her?
All right. Well, Betty and I had been talking since Paul's arrest, and his family would not come up with any money. They wanted me to put up... Originally, the bail was $50,000. I haven't been married to him since 1987, but we have a child together. I did not really feel it was my responsibility, but I wanted to do the right thing. Then his mother, unfortunately, became very ill.
Just a second.
She died.
I asked you a question.
Okay.
And I said you called the plaintiff about money.
I said the bail had been reduced to $10,000, and I didn't feel it was my responsibility to put up the entire money. And she said Paul's mother had passed away. All right, Paul's mother had passed away. And she said, the money that's in the account, there was a money market account, is now theirs. It's his money. I will send you the check.
Wrong.
I did ask her when she sent the $5,000 if she wanted the money returned into the family account to put it in a cashier's check, and she did not.
Wrong.
Just a minute. If his family chose not to be supportive of him,
right,
either they're evil people or they have good reason. I don't know which one it is, and quite frankly, I don't care.
Right.
Whatever he has done in the past to either his sister, his mother, his brother-in-law, anybody else so that they want nothing else to do with him,
right,
that's between them and their brother. You, unfortunately, are stuck with him because you have a child together.
Right.
A child whom I assume he assists in supporting.
He assisted, yes.
So he paid child support?
No.
How did he assist?
He assisted, actually, my son lived with his father sometimes and sometimes with me, and we sort of shared the responsibilities.
Okay. So despite the fact that you were no longer husband and wife, you had an amicable enough arrangement between the two of you to share custody of a child.
That's right.
So that if you wanted to help him, that's
right,
what you did. They have no obligation to do that. Your answer says that despite the fact that she gave you $5,000, you said she gave you the $5,000 from their mother's money. She says that's not true. What she says is that when she called and said, can I have my money back because the bail was exonerated, you got back the $10,000,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, I did.
Right? And then you told her that your ex-husband had gifted it to you.
Right.
And said, you keep it.
Because it was his money. That's what he said.
That's what he did. You keep it because it's my money, and I'm telling you, you don't have to give it back to her.
Right, that's exactly.
Is that right?
Exactly.
Wrong. What was your ex-husband convicted of?
Insurance fraud.
What kind of insurance fraud? Tell me about the underlying facts of the case.
He had a lawyer friend of his who bought a yacht and who was a insurance lawyer. And he had a $1.5 million yacht built. And he was supposed to pick it up in Italy. And anyway, he convinced my former husband to go to Europe with him and subsequently sink the boat and collect the insurance and get a bigger boat. Why he did that, I have no idea.
Is this the first time that your former husband has been arrested?
Yes.
What kind of work had he done prior to this?
He's been in the securities, advising businesses on writing business plans and things like that. And actually, when I met him, he was buying car collections for very wealthy clients in Beverly Hills and all over the world, actually.
I got it.
Okay.
So far, do I have it pretty much correct?
Pretty much.
You took out the money. You said, I'll lend you the $5,000. Once they got the money back, your brother said, don't return it to her.
Correct.
Because my mother died and there was money.
Correct.
When did your mother pass away?
September 2nd, 2000.
And when did you give the defendant the money?
September 16th, 2000.
And how much money did your mother have?
At the time of her death, there was $23,000 in the account.
Now, in whose name was this account?
My mother and myself.
Paperwork.
Now you're out. Out! That way.
Paperwork.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Kreutz says her ex-sister-in-law, Fran Lewis Ebling, owes for bail on behalf of her ex-husband. Elizabeth says he was arrested for purposely sinking a yacht.
Well, there is one account, and that account is in the name of Emma and Elizabeth. Your former husband's name isn't on this account. Is this the money you're talking about?
Yes, that's the money that he said is jointly theirs.
But it isn't. The mere fact that he is a sibling does not indicate that he is entitled to half of the money in this account, and he knew that.
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, and I have been put in the middle of this situation.
I understand that you've been put in the middle of the situation, but you had no right not to return the money to her. What?
I disagree with you.
I don't give a rat's what you disagree with, sir. This is an account. The account is not in your name. When someone dies and there is a joint bank account with rights of survivorship, it goes to the person who survives. If your mother had wanted your name on this account, she would have put your name on this account. Are you telling me that your sister fraudulently took your name off the account?
No, but I set the account up. I know how it was set up, and I know what the intention of the parties were.
Well, let me
And I
explain
know,
something to you,
Judge-
sir. That is what they call hearsay. You cannot suggest that your mother really wanted you to have this money or a piece of it, put your hand down, but decided just to have it in two names. So you tried to accomplish indirectly what you couldn't accomplish directly, and you put your former wife in the middle. She appears to be a very nice lady. I assume, what do you want?
Well, I went to St. Louis right before my grandmother died in August of 2000.
Let's go up there, stand up, please.
Yes.
And I talked to my aunt about the situation that was going on. And my aunt said to me that they could front the money for the bail because that was going to be out of his inheritance anyway. That's what they said
inheritance?
to me.
But I want to know, what inheritance? If this is the inheritance, sir, listen to me carefully.
I'm listening.
This isn't inheritance.
Okay.
This is a joint bank account that your grandmother had with one of her children.
I'm not disputing.
One child, not two, just one. Maybe she didn't like your father. Maybe she knew.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know, anybody who goes to Europe to sink $1.5 million boat in order to collect insurance proceeds is somebody that maybe your mother wouldn't be proud of. Is that a possibility?
Could be.
Is that a possibility? Could be.
But she
You owe her
loved
the
him.
$5,000. Pay it. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He duped me, and he's done other things to me.
I know what the intentions of the party were firsthand because I set it up.
I'm sorry that I made that very intelligent judge unhappy with me.
I guess the judge was right.
Follow your mother's advice, because she usually knows best.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Bonfiglio versus Mills. Step forward, please.
Waitress Luis Bonfiglio is suing 18-year-old student Adam Mills for vet bills. Luis says Adam's bull mastiff and German shepherd attacked her dachshund.
Mr. Mills, what kind of dogs do you have?
A yellow lab mixed with mastiff and a German shepherd.
How much does the yellow lab weigh?
160 to 170 pounds.
And the other dog?
The other dog, probably around 90 pounds.
Where do you live?
Aptos. It's near Santa Cruz.
You live near the beach?
Yes.
And you were walking your dogs on the beach. Is that right?
Yes, that's
Without
correct.
a leash?
At first, they had a leash, and then...
Without a leash?
Correct.
And they somehow came in contact with the plaintiff's dog, this dog,
Yes.
and injured this dog.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, correct. Very badly.
And you were visiting that beach?
Yes, it was Dudley's first day to the beach.
Do you live in that area?
I live in San Jose.
Geography
It's about
is my
30
thing.
miles from Aptos. So I took my dog to the beach for a picnic, and he was on a lead, and before I knew it, two shepherds, or shepherd-looking mixes, came running at him and just attacked him out of the blue.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Mills at all?
Yes, I yelled at him to come and get his dogs off my dog, and he just turned around and walked away. So people, bystanders, building sandcastles, took his dogs off mine, and I dropped my camera in the sand and broke it, as you can see here.
Who are you, sir?
I'm Adam's father and
You know anything about these dogs?
Yes, I raised the dog with Adam.
Do you know anything about the day of this incident?
Oh, I was not there. I've been told.
Were you present?
No.
You're just here for moral support?
Yes.
Character witness for the dog.
I'm not interested in your opinion of the dog's character. The dog injured her dog. Now I'll hear you.
Yeah, that's a lie. Actually, when she called me after the dog started attacking, I immediately came running to the scene.
You did
and
not.
did
Shh. Don't interrupt him, because he just, in his own zeal, said something that is really dispositive of this case. What he said was, when the dog started attacking, I came right over.
But the dog was provoked.
They take your hands out of your pocket.
They're not in my pockets.
They can't be provoked, sir. I guarantee you that this lady did not take a stick and provoke your dog.
The dog provoked my dogs. From the beach where I was, I saw her dog jump out at my dog.
And just a second. How old are you?
18.
Okay. So I don't want you to grow up to be an idiot. I want you to try to grow up to be a smart young man, because I don't want your father to think that he's wasted all of the time and energy in raising a moron. Do you understand? When you walk two large dogs that cumulatively weigh 250 pounds, take your hands out of your pockets, 250 pounds on the beach, and you choose to walk them without a leash, whatever damage they cause, you're responsible for. Do you understand? If instead of a dachshund, she had been walking with a 2-year-old child, and your dogs ran up to the child, and the child poked the dog in the face, and your dogs mauled the child, would you stand there like an idiot and tell me that the child provoked your dogs?
No.
Of course not.
Child is a different matter.
No! When you have the... Put your hand down. When you have the responsibility of 250 pounds worth of animal that is capable of causing injury, and you choose to walk those dogs unleashed so that you do not have control over them, you are responsible for any damage that they do. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, but...
Period.
Could I say something in the dog's defense? So.
Oh, I'm dying to hear. Listen, I thought I just had an 18-year-old idiot. Perhaps I'm wrong. Stand up.
Well, I agree with what you've said so far, but the dog has been raised around children and around people. It would not attack children. And
let me explain something to you, sir. Do you ever read the newspaper?
yes,
Do you ever hear about people who have little children that they love,
yes.
that are eaten by, let's say, a large Mastiff or a Rottweiler or a Pit Bull that never hurt any child before? You read about those tragedies?
Yes.
Animals are different from people.
Right.
Sometimes something spooks them.
Okay, this dog lives in the country. It chases gophers and mice, and to me, the rodent-like appearance of this dog is just, when it leaped at him, it set him off.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, so it's the dachshund's fault that the dachshund looks like a weasel. Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're telling me? Listen, Miss Bonfiglio, I looked at your complaint. You asked for a lot, because not only do you want the vet bills paid, and the dog was seriously injured. I read that, and I understand that.
I have pictures of the surgery.
I'd like to see pictures of the surgery just so I can complete my file. You indicate that because of what happened to the dog, A, your camera was destroyed because the camera went flying. B, you had non-refundable tickets to attend a wedding, but the dog had surgery, so you canceled those tickets. And for this incident...
The day of surgery...
Shh. And for this incident, you're demanding $2,000. Well, there is currently legislation pending in a lot of jurisdictions, and some of the legislation has to do with the value of pets. And a pet owner can sue, just like you could sue on behalf of a child, for pain and suffering and wrongful death, not just the value of the pet.
But my vacation was ruined.
Shh, why don't you listen to me?
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I believe that if people act irresponsibly, like these two people, and allow 250 pounds of muscle to walk unattended on the beach, that they are responsible for any consequence that occurs as a result of their irresponsibility. I also believe that the dog went through some very serious pain as a result of the attack by these two dogs. I see the scars. Maybe they haven't, but I see the scars that were caused by your... Shh. Do you look like you're losing? Does it sound to you as if you're losing?
I don't know what he's got up his sleeve.
I don't care what he has up his sleeve. All I'm doing is telling you that you're a winner, and you keep interrupting me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
If I could speak.
I'm listening.
I don't see the connection between the dog attack and them missing a Moody Blues concert.
Well, let me tell you something. I don't either.
This is my
But I
baby.
do believe that being attacked and causing this kind of injury and this kind of surgery was painful for this animal. Don't you think that that's true?
Yes, I do think that's true, and I
Don't you
feel
think
sorry for the animal.
You don't feel sorry enough, because I'm going to read you your answer that your father probably helped you write.
No,
As far as I'm concerned, Mrs. Bonfiglio's dog was a visitor on my dog's beach and provoked the whole situation. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Well, it was my dog's first day at the beach, and it was totally ruined, and he's lost his confidence now.
My dogs have never been aggressive in the past.
I was petrified. This is my baby.
I don't really think size matters.
It looked like he was being killed by these two dogs. I was petrified.
I think that Mrs. Bonfiglio should invest in a real dog with some substance.
He's recovered. He's very brave.
I think the dog's an aggressive little dog, one of those types that, you know, yap, yap, yap.
We shall go back, and hopefully this man's dogs will not be on the beach.
Waitress Robin Tozan is suing her ex-mother-in-law, teacher Pamela Griffin, for filing false charges with Child Protective Services. Pamela is countersuing, claiming Robin violated the court-ordered visitation of her granddaughter.
This is case number 261 on the calendar in the matter of Tozan versus Griffin. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats.
Miss Tozan, who is this?
This is my fiancé.
And who is this?
My husband.
The defendant is your mother-in-law.
Ex-mother-in-law.
The mother of your former husband.
Right.
And you have children with your former husband. How many children do you have?
One.
Your mother-in-law had been very involved with your child. It's a girl?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a matter of fact, according to what I've read in her answer, your daughter lived with her for a period of time. Is that right?
That's correct.
How old is your daughter now?
She'll be 11.
And for how long did she live with Miss Griffin?
I'd say for a period of 6 to 8 months.
Is that right?
Almost a year.
And when was that?
May of 95 till April of 96.
Was that a court-ordered arrangement?
Yes, it was.
Because I assume your son and daughter-in-law had some problems that had to be resolved.
Yes, ma'am, right.
And you have had and enjoyed visitation with your granddaughter, regular weekend visitation. I don't know if it's every other week or once a month.
Once a month.
Once a month. Since she went back to her mother. So far, right?
Right. Yes, ma'am.
But then some problems arose. Your complaint is that your former mother-in-law called Child Protective Services, as well as the police, and made certain allegations against you, and you want to be compensated because you claimed those allegations were false. She knew that they were false, and she had no basis to make the calls to Child Protective Services. That's what your lawsuit is about.
Yes.
And Ms. Griffin said that she did have concern for her granddaughter, which is why she placed the calls, and she is counterclaiming for the emotional distress that she suffered as a result of the fact that you no longer let her see her granddaughter. I don't know if I'm going to even reach that because that should be the subject of a court proceeding. You were given court-ordered visitation, Mrs. Griffin, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go back to court to enforce your visitation?
Not yet.
Well, then I'm not going to entertain your counterclaim because the court may, in fact, decide that they're going to vacate the order. I hope not. Maybe we can deal with it today so that that won't be necessary. So without getting too emotional, I want you to tell me, Ms. Griffin, since you acknowledge that you called Child Protective Services, what caused you to do that?
I can't do it without being emotional.
Okay.
The day on July 11th, Devin,
Take a breath for a minute.
while she was at our house.
Let me ask you some questions, and maybe you can compose yourself, all right? Was July 11th the day that you say this happened? Was this during a weekend visitation that you had with her? How did she come to be at your house?
This is how it started. Devin never gets to do anything because her mother can't afford it. So we decided maybe she needed a break, and we offered to pay for a day camp because her cousin was going, and they're close.
So far, is that correct, Ms. Tarzan?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
So we asked Robin if it was okay with her, and we would pay for it. But she'd have to come stay at the house for the summer. Well, it's 6 weeks. It was 6 weeks of camp. And I was supposed to get her 4 weeks in the summer anyway. Okay, finally she said yes, she can go. So that's how she was at the house. Well, my son had called. Now, he told me all his legal stuff was taken care of, but...
Your son, her former husband.
Right. And, you know, why should I not believe it, you know? Although I shouldn't have, but I did. And anyway, he called and he said they had a Nikita that died, and we had a Nikita I wanted to get rid of. Too big, too strong for me. So he said, Mama, we'll take her. I said, okay. So Devin was at the house, and she hadn't seen her dad but 3 times in 7 years. And she loves her dad. Her mama can't change that. She asked us if she could go. Well, we called Robin. David asked Robin. He said, here's the deal. We're going for the day. We're not going to their place. We're not spending the night or nothing. We're just bringing the dog. Is it okay with you if Devin goes with us? She said, yeah, I guess it'll be okay. Well, the next night she calls. She says, she can't go unless I have a phone number and address. She said the only reason why she wanted it was because of emergencies. Well, she promised Devin, because Devin asked her, Mama, are you going to try and do anything about Daddy? She says, no, Devin, I'm not. And she promised her she wasn't going to use the information for anything, just in case there's an emergency and she needed to reach us. Gave her the information. The next morning she calls me, cussing 90 to nothing, cussing me out. Why don't you do some checking into background since you like to check into background so much? I said, what are you talking about? She says, Kirk still got a warrant against him. I said, oh, really? I said, well, I'll check into it. Well, isn't his girlfriend's ex-husband this? I said, no, it's not. That's not her name. Well, come to find out, the phone they had called from, she had Devin give her the name of the person that was on the caller ID. So I said, well, I'll check into it. And she said, well, I'm coming to pick her up at 4 o'clock today when she gets out of camp. I said, okay, fine, whatever.
Okay, so she wasn't going to let her go.
Right. So Devin, of course, broke down. We went into my room, and we were watching TV, and I was holding her because she was crying so hard. She was so upset. She goes, my mama lied to me again. I said, baby, you have to understand, your mom was worried. I said, you know, because your dad is still got a warrant against him. I said, he lied to us again. And I called him and told him she was not coming.
What's the warrant for, Miss Griffin?
Theft, oil fields theft. So I said, baby, I said, you're going to have to go. I said, Mama's coming to get you. I don't want to go. And she proceeded to tell us, you know, things like, Mama's been smoking, they've been smoking drugs at the house. And I said, baby, how do you know that? Have you seen it? She goes, Grandma, I know the difference between cigarette smoke. I've been around it all my life and other smoke. Okay. So I said, okay. I said, baby, you have to go.
Home. You have to go home.
You have to go home.
So I still haven't
So
heard.
she says she came twice and knocked on the door. Well, I didn't hear because we had the fan on, the TV on, and Devin was crying, and I'm holding her, and I didn't hear her knocking. Well, I finally got Devin calmed down, and I walked out, and I heard the door. I opened the door, and she said, where have you been? I said, right here.
Okay.
So I said, why don't you sit down, and let's talk about how Devin's feeling. She said, what do you mean? I said, well, she's upset because she feels like that you lied to her again. Too bad. She'll just have to get over it. She started cussing at me, yelling at me, calling me every name in the book. Devin got scared. Robin says, get your effing out here now.
Okay.
She opened the door, screamed at her mother, shocked me. True. She said, I'm not going with you. And I went, I mean, she just totally shocked me. And then she goes, Grandma, telephone. And then she ran back in the room and slammed the door. I'm lost. I don't know what's going on. She takes off out the door to go call the police. I'm going to get the police to get my daughter. She didn't have to do that. Devin called the police before she left out the door because of Robin cussing and screaming and hollering at me. So the police called. I said, this is Mrs. Griffin. He goes, well, we got a call from there. And I said, well, my ex-daughter-in-law just left to go call you. I said, but... So I said, Devin, did you call the police? She said, yes, I did, Grandma. I said, oh, God.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Her ex-mother-in-law, Pamela Griffin, falsely accused her of neglecting her daughter.
When and why did you call Child Protective Services, Ms. Griffin?
Okay, because when she left, her mama sent her back in to get everything that she had at my house because she was never coming back again.
Okay.
She came in and she was crying and she said, Grandma, I have to get everything that I have here because Mama said I'm not coming back again.
Okay.
And then she looked at me and she goes, you know what's going to happen to me when I get home, don't you? And then she grabbed me and started hugging me.
That's why you called Child
That's why I called Child. No. Okay. First of all, I didn't call the police that night. I was so distraught. My husband called. Well, CPS in St. Martin Parish is not open 24-hour, and they weren't. This was a Friday night. So my husband said, I'm going to call because of what Devin said.
Fine. Got it. Now, Ms. Towson, I have just a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
I take everything that Ms. Griffin says with a grain of salt. Generally, that's what happened. Generally, her son, who is clearly a deadbeat father who has not enjoyed a consistent relationship with his child because he's in and out of trouble and he can't get his act straight. He's probably got a terrible lifestyle. Despite all of that, he's the one you chose to father this child, and if the child has an attachment to him because every child likes to have a father, that's your fault. You picked him.
Right.
However, I want to know whether at some point you sent the child back into the house to get all of her things because you said to her, you're not going back to Grandma's.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
She only came out with like a plastic bag and a small duffel bag. And upon her staying with her grandmother, I went and bought her several new outfits. That's what I sent her back in there for.
Now, she was still going to camp on July 11th, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did she continue to go to camp after she came home?
No, she did not.
Why not?
That was her choice, because we started adding on to where we live.
Well, if she would have stayed with her grandmother, she would have continued to go to camp. That was your arrangement.
Right.
So you chose not to send her back to her grandmother.
She chose not to go back to her
I'm not sure that that's true. Who are you?
I'm Kerry Como, a witness.
A witness to what?
I just wanted to say that Devin was supposed to spend the weekends with us. She was only supposed to go for the week to camp, and on the weekends come home.
Let me explain something to you. You are a stranger to this. This has nothing to do with you. She is the only constant that this child has known since she's born. Not her father, and for a period of time, not even her mother. The only one who has been there all the time is her grandmother. We understand each other?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Good. That would be a fair statement, wouldn't it? Mm-hmm. Ms. Griffin, you're in a difficult position. You were a parent for a short period of time to this child, but you're no longer a parent, you're her grandmother. And you probably feel as if you can do a better job.
I didn't say that.
Listen to me. You probably think you could do a better job, and it's very possible you could do a better job.
Well, she'd have more stability.
Right. Well, stability is the most important thing in a child. Is this your first fiancé since your divorce?
Yes.
She's been married since my son.
Oh.
She's got 4 kids, 2 illegitimate, all 4 different
just
fathers.
a second. How old are your other children?
6, 2, and 16 months.
And how many people fathered those 3 children?
3.
3 different people? Then, absolutely right, Miss Griffin. Your granddaughter would have more stability if she lived with you. Unfortunately, children don't get the opportunity of picking their parents. Do you think you're a good mother?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Well, I'm going to tell you what a good mother does. A good mother does what she thinks is best for her children. Not best for you, but best for her children. And your 11-year-old daughter needs to spend time with her grandmother. It's very wrong of you and very selfish of you not to allow and encourage your granddaughter to continue to see her grandma. It's wrong. And you've made a lot of mistakes in your life. I mean, I can tell that from your history.
I agree.
And the one smart thing that you did was to have her son as the father of one of your children, because she's a stand-up person, right? It's the wrong thing. In any event, you have no basis to sue her for calling the police. You have no basis to sue her for calling Child Protective Services. Your mother-in-law has seen, based upon what you told me about yourself, numerous instances of what she might perceive as neglect. Certainly, 3 children with 3 different men floating in and out of the house is evidence enough of neglect for me, and I'm a grandma. She didn't call Child Protective Services then. She didn't try to get custody away from you then. The reason she called Child Protective Services was because the child made statements to her and she feared for her safety. And I believe probably legitimately. So your lawsuit is dismissed, as is your counterclaim. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She hates Devin's father so bad, so much, that she'll try and do everything she can to hurt him.
She thought I was an unfit mother. She would have called 8 years ago. She was mad, and she did it out of spite.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Toda versus Fisher. Step forward, please.
Tammy and Stephen Toda are suing their daughter's ex-fiancé, 21-year-old security guard Alan Fisher, for half the cost of a wedding that never happened.
Mr. Fisher, who is this person?
My wife.
Is there any reason that she's here?
Because I want her to be with me.
Wanted to be with you.
Yeah.
Mr. and Mrs. Toda, this is your daughter, I assume. Your daughter and the defendant were engaged to be married. And according to your complaint, you secured a place and invited 200 guests. And the defendant came to you just shortly before the wedding and said he didn't want to get married.
Right.
You're not looking for that money from Mr. Fisher. You're just looking for certain expenses, a couple of $100, really because you're angry.
Yes.
When was the wedding supposed to take place?
June 21st.
Is that correct so far, Mr. Fisher?
Yes.
When did you marry your wife?
September 4th.
When did you meet her?
I've known her for 4 years.
When did you start seeing her romantically?
We've been seeing each other on and off for like 3 years.
Did Miss Toda know about that?
Nope.
Well, that wasn't fair, was it?
Not really.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Tammy and Stephen Toda claim their daughter's ex-fiancé, Alan Fisher, called off the wedding at the last second.
I would ordinarily say to Mr. and Mrs. Toda, good riddance to him.
Yes.
He is dishonest, dishonorable, sleazy, and your daughter is better off without him.
Yes, she is.
But I'm not prepared at this point to make it so easy for Mr. Fisher. He's entitled to change his mind about getting married. You are entitled to that, Mr. Fisher. You're entitled to wake up one morning, Mr. Fisher, and say, I think I've made a mistake. I don't think that, what's your first name? Beth?
Beth.
I don't think Beth and I are right for each other. We've been together a long time, but I don't think we're right for each other. And before I make a big mistake, for both of us, I have to call off the wedding. You're entitled to do that, right?
Yes.
Right?
Right.
What you're not entitled to do is to be a sleazebag and to have somebody else on the side for years while these people are in good faith planning a wedding and spending money that you're involved with. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
That's almost like fraud. Wouldn't you say so?
No.
What would you say?
Things wasn't working out, and she knew that. We fought a lot. I told her that I wasn't ready.
You had somebody else, sir.
Yes, I did.
You didn't tell her that.
She knew.
She did. You just told me 2 seconds ago that she didn't know.
She had to have known. How can you not?
Is what you're telling me that Beth knew that you had a relation? What's your first name?
Candy.
That Beth knew that you had a relationship with Candy.
She had to have.
What information that you imparted to her would lead her to suspect that you were intimate with someone else? Tell me.
I mean, we never spent time together, really. We didn't talk or nothing. She had to have known.
You mean...
Always come up with excuses of why I couldn't come see her and that.
So what you're telling me, I'm going to enjoy this. I thought this was just cut and dry,
Yeah,
but,
when
you
you
know.
live with
Shh, quiet. This is going to be better than your $200. I want you to trust me on this one. You mean you would make up excuses to her why you couldn't see her? Is that what you just said to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me an excuse.
She wanted me to come see her. I told her I had to work.
And when you said, I have to work, you had a job. When you
Right.
told her I have to work, you had a job at the time.
Right.
So what was it that you said that would lead her to suspect that you were lying?
Nothing, really. Just told her that I had to work.
Mr. and Mrs. Toda, you're not entitled to any money from him. You planned this wedding. He was not to participate in the cost of the wedding. So there's no basis for your lawsuit. But I want you to feel good about this, Beth, because you found out in time that the man that you were going to invest your life with had a bad character. Now, you can change a lot of things in this world. You can change your nose, you can change your hairstyle, you can change your hair color. The one thing that you can't change is if you have a bad character. He and Candy can deal with his character. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to look at you for a second. Do you see how easily he said he lied to Beth? Hmm?
Yes.
I'd watch my back if I were you. The case is dismissed, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
At least we found out, you know, the truth now. But he lived with us for 1.5 years.
I stayed with him for about a month and a half.
We felt sorry for him. We took him in.
I moved on. I want them to move on.
Check everybody out. Check him out, really.
Office Administrator Maggie Bailey is suing her former friend, telemarketer Suzanne Bohan, for punching her in the mouth, breaking her teeth.
Yeah, this is case number 220 on the calendar in the matter of Bailey versus Bohan. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat.
Ms. Bailey, it is your claim that you befriended the defendant when she needed a friend, and she expressed her gratitude for your friendship by punching you in the mouth and breaking a tooth. You want her to compensate you for that.
Correct.
Ms. Bohan says that it was you who instigated this argument by poking her and punching her in the chest, and she merely responded, and there was no way that she could have caused any damage to your tooth. How do you know each other?
We were neighbors. We lived across the street from each other, and we became close friends over the course of several months.
How did that happen?
My husband and I came home one evening, and Suzanne was sitting out on her front curb crying, and it was early December. It was really cold out, and she was just in her pajamas. And I walked across the street to check on her and see if she wanted to come in the house and warm up, and she told us that she had just had a fight with her husband and her mother-in-law, and that her husband had locked her out of the house.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How many children?
2.
How old are they?
One is almost 3. The other is my stepson. He's almost 12.
Separated from your husband now, or are you together?
Getting back together.
When did this incident occur with your tooth?
March 28th.
Tell me what happened.
Suzanne had been very ill about a week prior to that evening, and she had been to a counseling session with her husband that day, and in the course of the counseling session mentioned that she had to leave because she had to go to the doctor. And she was afraid to go to the doctor by herself, so she called my husband to meet her at her doctor's because it was right by his job. He did that. Her husband then called me and said that he had just walked in on the two of them hugging and kissing. So, quite honestly, I was pretty upset with that.
Mm-hmm.
I called my husband and said, I suggest that you come home right now and explain to me the phone call I just got.
Mm-hmm.
He came home, and when we walked up to the house, there was really loud music. We knocked several times, and It took, I don't know, 3 or 4 knocks before she finally came to the door. And it was obvious to us, because of the time that we have spent with Suzanne, that she was drunk. She let us in the house, and instantly she was attitudinal with me.
Well, what did you say to her?
I said, we'd like to talk to you. And she said, well, I'm busy fixing my son dinner. And this was like at 9 o'clock at night. And I made a comment, well, don't you think it's kind of late to be feeding your child? Shouldn't you have been doing that a lot earlier rather than drinking? Well, she took exception to that. And in the meantime, my husband was asking the neighbor to leave because he was the one that had brought the alcohol into the home. And Suzanne?
So your husband said to her guest, leave the house?
Yes. He said, you're not being the kind of friend that Suzanne needs. Suzanne's been going through a nasty divorce.
I got it.
Anyway, I told her that Brian had called me, and I told her what Brian had said to me, which is
Brian
her
is
husband.
the husband?
Yes. And she said, you're a liar. He never said anything like that. And I said, well, then let's get him on the telephone, and you can find out. Well, I called him, and he could tell as soon as he heard her voice that she was drunk. And so he said, sounds like all of you are partying, so you should go home and go to bed. And he wouldn't talk to us. And I don't remember what her exact comment was, but I was doing this.
You were pointing in her face.
I was pointing at her. I wasn't in her face, I was pointing at her. And she said, get your blank finger out of my face. And I said, I said something. And out of nowhere, she came around with her right arm and punched me in the jaw.
And broke a tooth?
It knocked my bottom jaw into my upper jaw. It broke my bottom tooth, my bottom molar, and it broke 2 teeth in my upper denture.
First of all, what is the show and tell that I have here on the desk?
These are gifts that I received from Maggie after that night. However, I'd like to clarify a couple of...
These are gifts that you received?
These are gifts that were brought over before Maggie knew she was leaving her husband, and she wanted my son to have this...
she brought your son over that.
She brought over that and some animal crackers, some fishy crackers, and some candles. But first of all, I'd like to clarify, I did not have my son that evening, and my son was not home. I was not drinking. My friend was on a way to a party, and he had some alcohol that he was going to bring down the street to a block party. So I was not drinking that night. Need to make that real clear. And when we heard them pounding on the door, they keyed into the house. I didn't answer the door. They let themselves in with a house key of mine. And so at that time, when I walked in the kitchen, that's when I saw Maggie and her husband standing there. And Maggie came at me and started pointing right at my nose and then pushing on my chest with her pointer finger, going, listen, young lady, you better start telling me the truth. And I just went like this, like, get your hand away from me. And told them that I wanted to go to bed, that it was too late for them to be over and they needed to go home.
And that was it?
Mm-hmm.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Former friend Suzanne Bohan punched her in the mouth in a drunken rage.
Can I see your dental bills, please? Mr. Bailey, I'd like you to stand up, please, sir.
Oops, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bailey, you understand that you had no right to tell this neighbor to leave her house.
You bet. Yes, ma'am.
I just want you to understand that. Just because you befriend somebody and you do things that are nice for them doesn't give you a license to run their life.
Your Honor, I'm not sure I agree with that. We were drug into this woman's life for 4 months through this divorce she went through. We dealt with
How old are you, sir?
Pardon me? 47.
How old are you?
35.
Okay. How tall are you?
5'10".
How tall are you?
Almost 4'11".
Okay. She can't drag you anywhere.
True.
You can only become involved in somebody else's life if you permit yourself to be involved in their life. So
I agree. And we did that.
You may have been, for totally altruistic reasons, befriended her.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't say you were sucked in. You weren't sucked in.
No, we were not.
You chose
That's
to become involved. Okay? That still doesn't give you license. If you don't like her actions, then what you do is you cut it off.
Mm-hmm.
And fold your arms. You cut it off. Are you and your wife in the process of separating?
Certainly not.
No.
Or not?
Or not.
Good. Well, that's what she seemed to indicate.
Well,
All right, she was wrong.
a lot of what she indicated is take it for what it's worth.
I just wanted to know. Okay. So I have to make a determination, Ms. Bohan, whether or not you assaulted the plaintiff in either this kind of motion or, as you indicated, this kind of motion, and whether either one of those motions causes you to be responsible for $2,800 worth of dental work. The person who was at your house, is that Bob?
Mm-hmm.
What time did he leave?
I'm not exactly sure what
I am.
time it was.
Before or after they left?
He left, well, because when they arrived, they were in a heated argument, and Earl made it very clear he did not want Bob in the house, so Bob took off and went to his other party.
Your Honor, may I speak?
Sure.
I'd like to qualify what she's saying, if you don't mind. When we did not key our way into the home, first of all. That did not happen.
How did you get
The keys were returned to this woman weeks before this, by way of putting them under her doormat.
Fine. Okay.
We got in because she opened the door. She opened the door after repeated pounding on the door, because the music was extremely loud. I walked in the home, and I found Mr. Krevlin hiding in the garage. The first thing he said to me was, "Earl, don't be upset. We're having a dancing party." And he was drunk as a pig, and so was she. And I said, "Bob, you're not being a friend to her. Take your liquor and go home. This woman has issues with drinking. You know it. I know it. This is not being a friend."
How did you know she had issues with drinking, Mr. Bailey?
Because she repeatedly told us of her issues with drinking. Repeatedly.
Yes.
During the course of becoming friends with Suzanne, she asked me to go to court with her several times for her divorce case and child custody case. And her attorney made it very clear, because Suzanne is a recovering alcoholic, that if she took so much as one drink, she would lose her son.
Is that true?
Yes.
I find that the plaintiff has sustained her burden, at least to my satisfaction, that the injuries were caused by the defendant, who was probably drunk as a skunk, and I'm awarding her the amount of the dental bill, which is $2,868. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The friendship went south when Maggie thought I was having an affair with her husband.
Unfortunately, I'm a person that tries to help people, so just be careful, I guess. Go with your eyes wide open.
The drinking was not an issue.
I'd do it again for another friend. I would.
They were terrific friends at the time when I needed help.
I felt that we were used by Suzanne, and, we tried to be a friend to her and pretty much got slapped in the face for it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Harris versus Moore. Step forward, please.
James and Beverly Harris are suing business owner Ruth Moore for the cost of their wedding china. The Harrises claim workers from Ruth's catering company damaged several of their pieces.
Mr. and Mrs. Harris, according to what I read, you were having a dinner for approximately 20 or 25 people, is that right?
Yes.
And you hired the defendant's firm to provide 2 servers for the dinner. It is your claim that someone from the defendant's organization damaged some serving pieces of yours, and you found one piece, I assume one of those little pieces over there, those little pieces of glass, in the garbage, thrown away, broken. You want them to pay you $2,321.96. Ms. Moore, how much did the Harrises pay you for the service that you provided?
The Harrises paid the servers directly because they're independent contractors.
And how much did they pay them?
I don't have it in my head.
How much did they pay you?
$110 a piece, plus a gratuity of $25 each.
Have you ever had people serving for you before?
Yes.
From where?
My 3 daughters.
Not your 3 daughters. I'm talking about independent people.
Not on the scale that this party was. I've had my housekeeper help.
Okay. Now, let me see the pieces that you say were damaged.
This is one of the pieces, which is a Dawn water pitcher that is chipped in the front.
Mm-hmm. And what did you use this for?
Water.
And did you place the water pitcher on the table?
The water pitchers, I believe, started off on the table, yes.
And did anyone serve the water other than the servers?
No.
Is that true?
No, not at all.
Stand up.
Thank you.
Tell me your name.
My name is Aaron. I was one of the servers there at the event, and I witnessed two of the people not at their table, at the other table closer to the kitchen. I actually noticed one man and one woman, I don't know their names, they're not my friends, but refill their own glasses of water.
Of course they did.
Thank you.
Of course they did. Put that back. Let me see the rest of the damage.
This is a glass bowl that I had purchased just before the event. It has 3 chips in it. This was the piece that came inside of it, which I did not use, that still has the tape mark on it from where the 2 pieces were taped together.
And this was the first time you had used it?
Yes, it is.
Did you wash it first?
Yes.
How did you wash it?
In my sink.
And who washed that bowl?
I did, ma'am.
How did you wash that bowl?
I washed that bowl in her sink by hand.
Okay. You washed the bowl by hand?
Correct.
And she washed the bowl by hand. How do you know she broke your bowl?
Because it was in perfect condition.
How do I know that?
Because I could see that.
How do I know that? What I'm trying to get to you, Mr. and Mrs. Harris, is when you have help in your house, because I read your complaint, when you have help in your house and you have 25 people that you are entertaining, how do I know, for instance, that the piece of glass that one of these pieces that was holding toothpicks that you say you found in the garbage, how do I know that one of your 25 guests didn't do it? How do I know that? I've had people serving before. Sometimes it's a glass chips, sometimes a plate chips, sometimes a serving piece chips. I would never in my life think of suing the servers for $2,500 because I was dumb enough to use a $2,000 pitcher and serve my company with it. And I don't understand where you're coming from. You think that these 2 people should give you $2,000? You paid them $135, they should give you $2,000?
These people were deceitful, Your Honor, and that's what leads me to believe that this happened because of their negligence.
Just a second. You explain to me how they were deceitful, Mr. Harris.
In the letter that we...
Show me the letter that you're talking about.
In the letter that we were sent by one of the servers, she explains that when they're finished with...
Well, let me see the letter you sent her.
We didn't send her a letter. This was a response to my call to the company stating that we had, the next morning when we were putting the items away, that we had found that these dishes were chipped and one of them was missing. So I immediately called the company because I wanted to let them know right away.
I mean, is this what you say, Mr. Harris, is deceitful? Regarding the shot glass, I have no knowledge as to its eventual whereabouts. I recall using 2 for toothpicks with an appetizer and washing one, air and drying one, putting it away. I really didn't give it much thought.
No, Your Honor, that's not what I'm referring to.
Well, that's something that's yellow highlighted.
What I'm referring to is where they say that all the items that they washed were laid out on a table for inspection.
They may have been laid out on a table. I don't know whether you inspected them or not.
Right.
But they said that that's what they were laid out.
That's what. Why would they take this one item and put it back into the display case?
Which item?
The broken piece.
Listen,
there were 2 of them that they used.
You sound like Sherlock Holmes. You sound ridiculous, Mr. Harris. You sound ridiculous. She says, I don't know what I did with it. I dried one. Maybe we put it back in the display case. You had 25 people. This was for a Passover dinner, according to what I've read.
That's correct.
How many courses did you serve?
3.
3. So that's a minimum of 75 dishes. So you had at least 100 pieces, one time or another, coming, going, being washed, put down, reused, and whatever. You want them to remember what they did with a little shot glass like that? What are you, out of your minds? Listen, grow up. Grow up. You had company, something got broken. You're 2 nice people who did a very stupid thing by suing them because it's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
Your
It's
Honor.
nobody's fault but yours. If you choose to use a $2,000 down pitcher to serve 25 people and it gets chipped, that's your problem. Don't visit it on them. Don't visit it on me. Don't visit it on Bert. And if your daughters do a better job, then next time use your daughters to serve. Your case is dismissed. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It was quite a shock. I've never, in 23 years, had such an outlandish claim.
There was insurance on the property, but I felt it wasn't our responsibility to put a claim in.
I don't believe that we were negligent in any way. I've worked for her company for almost 5 years, and I have never had a complaint against me.
They left all of our items out on the table except for the one shot glass, which we found in the trash broken.
People hire us because of our professionalism, and to be sued over chipped ceramic pieces and glass pieces is absurd to me.
Department store Santa Melvin Gorbash is suing shopping center promoter Don Dagapont for cutting his paycheck short. Don says Melvin quit without notice and has a problem with meth.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom, please.
Your Honor, this is case number 20 on the calendar in the matter of Gorbach versus Dagapont. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. Gorbach, you were hired by the defendant, according to your complaint, to be Santa during Christmas season at his store or mall. Is that right, sir?
Mall.
Is this your mall? Do you own the mall?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Well, what do you do with the mall?
I operate a photo promotions company that specializes doing Christmas and Easter promotions in shopping centers.
And how long was the Christmas season?
6 weeks.
Okay. And you claim, Mr. Gorbach, that you quit.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you received your final paycheck, you were shorted in pay. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your defense says he gave you absolutely no notice, and that caused you some damage to your business.
Correct.
When did you start working for him, sir?
I started work on November 13th.
Did you answer an ad in the paper? Is that how you got the job?
No, I had visited the mall a number of times, and one of the photographers had called me over and told me to call Mr. Dagapont if I was interested in being a Santa Claus.
And you did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were your duties explained to you?
Well, the only thing we discussed was pay. I was over the phone, and he had quoted me $12 an hour pay plus overtime and a bonus at the end of the shooting in insurance.
What kind of bonus?
Well, it was dependent on the amount of money they made.
Okay. Never accept a bonus based upon what somebody else tells you they're going to make.
Yeah.
That's not smart business. Okay. So you worked for a while, and what happened?
Well, when I first started working there, I kept time. In fact, I kept time the whole time I was working, the amount of hours I worked and the days that I worked. And when I got my first paycheck, I noticed that the pay was not $12 an hour, I was told, no overtime was included. It was only $8 an hour. So when I talked to Mr. Dagapont about this, he told me that I had misunderstood and that he had told me $8 an hour, but there'd be $1 an hour raise every year, and at the end of 4 years, I'd get $12 an hour.
At the end of 4 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Well, this was, an oral agreement, and I feel, well, I didn't have anything to back up on, and I was having a ball. I enjoyed being Santa Claus at the mall.
Were you working at another job as well?
I had a couple of daycare centers that I did Santa Claus for, and I enjoyed doing that. I've been doing that for years.
Okay, but other than that, you had no regular job?
No, ma'am, I'm retired.
You're retired. Okay.
So I decided, well, like I said, it's an oral agreement. I can't back him up on it.
So you decided to work
So
for
I decided to go for the $8 an hour.
Okay.
So about 2 or 3 days later, Mr. Dagapont came up there and told me, Santa Claus is smiling too much. Quit smiling. I said, well, everything I've read about Santa Claus, he's a jolly old elf. And I enjoyed having fun with the kids and all. And being as I was having fun, I would continue doing it. But when the job quit being fun, I was going to quit. So that ended that discussion. And then I think it was the following Thursday, when I was getting ready to leave the mall, 2 of the people in the mall came to me and told me I was going to hear some very bad news the next day, that they had overheard Mr. Dagapont talking to one of the little girl photographers.
All right, well, don't tell me what anybody else told you. What happened the next day?
Well, that Friday, Mr. Dagapont was in, and nothing. He worked there about 4 or 5 hours and left, and I didn't hear anything. But when we were closing down that night, one of the little girls called me over, the photographer called me over and said, Mr. Daguerrepoint says he wants you to stay on the seat, the Santa Claus sled, the whole time you're here. Don't get up and go visit the children. Don't go visit the adults. You know, that'd be taken away from time. But when we're not taking pictures, that was fun. In fact, I encouraged quite a few people to come get pictures by just going out there and visit them.
So you went out in the crowd?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, I stayed within the confines. We had a little fence, and I stayed within that.
But you didn't just sit in the sled?
I didn't sit in the sled the whole time.
Okay. And this was one of his employees that told you?
Yes, ma'am.
That you were to stay in the sled and
yes,
not
she said
mingle.
She was informed by Mr. Daguerrepoint to tell me that this was the new regulations.
Okay. And you did, in fact, tell somebody that he was to stay in the sled?
As required by a contract with the shopping center.
Whatever. You did, in fact, make that statement. I just want to make sure. So it was after that, sir, that you quit?
Yes, ma'am. I called him that night and asked him what was the reason behind this. He told me the same thing. This is a requirement of the mall. And I said, well, I told you before, when the job quit being fun, I quit. So we had a lengthy discussion. And I told him, you know, tonight's Friday, have somebody else out here Saturday.
Okay.
And I quit.
Now, when you quit, sir, on that Friday, how much were you owed?
I had 46 hours I had worked at that time, according to my schedule.
Okay, so 46 hours, and it was $8 an hour that you agreed to work for.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's $368, right?
Every day.
Okay. All right, Mr. Daguerrepoint, let's hear you.
Your Honor, Mr. Gorbash is a wonderful Santa Claus, and we really enjoyed having him work for us. But he has a little problem with math. I've brought the official records that are kept by the managers in the booth, as well as a copy of how he added the hours up, and I think if you look at it, you'll see that the math is incorrect.
How many hours do you say you owed him, sir?
The last paycheck, we owed him 37.5 hours.
Okay. Did you pay him?
Yes, we did.
You did pay him?
We issued him a check, yes, ma'am.
Did you ever get a check from them for 38 hours?
37 and a half hours.
You did?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do with that check?
I contacted Mr. Daguerrepoint, and I asked him why I was not getting paid, first of all, for the $8 an hour that I was supposed to be getting paid, and that I was shorted hours.
Just a second, you mean he paid you less than $8 an hour?
Yes, ma'am. He cut my pay to $5.15 an hour.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
Why did you do that, sir? That's going to cost you money.
The fact that the contract, that oral contract that we had with Mr. Gorbash was one that he had agreed to work till December 24th. But he not only didn't work to December 24th, he quit 20 days early, failed to give us any reasonable time to find a replacement, even though we begged him to. And I just felt that
unilaterally cut his pay.
I felt that he breached the contract, and I was no longer required to pay the agreed amount.
Department store Santa Melvin Gorbash says promoter Don Daguerrepoint owes him for work. Don says Melvin breached the contract when he didn't show up for work.
All right, I'm going to ask you this question, Mr. Daguerrepoint. Mr. Gorbash, I believe, based upon what little I've seen of him, wasn't doing this job for money, necessarily, because if he was doing the job just for money, he certainly wouldn't have quit. Right?
Right.
He had a good time doing it.
I agree.
He's retired. You get a pension, sir? Or...
Yes, ma'am. I'm on medical retirement.
So he doesn't need these extra couple of bucks. Tell me about the $12 an hour that you discussed with him when you spoke on the phone. Did you ever say to him, Mr. Daguerrepoint, salary is between $8 and $12 an hour?
I told him the salary was $8 an hour, yes.
You mean he's just making up the fact that $12 an hour was mentioned someplace in your conversation?
Well, I may have said that we pay Santa Clauses between $8 and $12, but Santa Clauses make $8.
That's what I just said, Mr. Daguerrepoint.
Well, you asked me.
That you pay him between $8 and $12 an hour. So he didn't get the $12 an hour out of nowhere.
Right.
Now, you did, in fact, have a conversation with him after he got his first week's pay, and he called you and said, what happened to the $12
No, he
now?
didn't say that.
He never called you after he got his...
He met with me personally and said...
Met with you personally. So he
where
met with
are
you...
the $10? He never mentioned 12, he mentioned 10. But he has a little problem with math, so I'm not surprised that he didn't know 10 and 12 are different numbers.
Mr. Dagrapont, he had a conversation with you, and he said, what happened to the original, let's say, $10 an hour?
That's what he said, Your Honor.
And then you said, well, I told you that we paid between 8 and 12, and we're paying you 8?
No, I told him that the starting salary was at 8, but that I would throw in a $1 bonus if he stayed to the end as he agreed. Your Honor, I would have paid him whatever he asked if he would have stayed. In fact, this was a wonderful Santa Claus, and we did not want to lose him, and I didn't care what we had to pay him. He will hopefully remember me saying, Mr. Garbage, I was going to pay you the $10 an hour. Can't you please come to work like you agreed?
Why didn't you pay him the $10 an hour initially that you had initially discussed with him?
Because this is what we start all our Santa Clauses off.
Come on, listen, I wasn't born yesterday. Being a Santa Claus during Christmas season at this man's age, right, is not something that you sign on for with an annuity. So when you sign on for it to work for 6 weeks, you sign on for it with a certain salary. You don't say, well, if you're a good Santa Claus in 4 years, we're going to give you more money.
I never said
he may
that.
be
Your
delivering
Honor,
in the
I
North
never
Pole
said
in
that.
4 years. Mr. Dagrapont,
That was never said by me, Your Honor.
I want to tell you something, Mr. Dagrapont. I find your testimony a little bit slippery, to say the least.
Well, I'm sorry
I find
to
it
hear
a
that.
little bit slippery, and I tell you that for, among other things, that you had absolutely no right, because if I believed what you said, you had absolutely no right to cut his pay unilaterally from the $8 that you said you were going to pay him to $5. You didn't have a written employment agreement with him. If you had, he would have known exactly what he was going to make, not between 8 and 12 or 8 and 10. So you decided that he had to be punished for leaving you? What'd you do with the check that they sent you, sir?
Well, I cashed it because I needed the money.
Let me see the check, exactly what it was, because you certainly are entitled to the difference.
Your Honor, if I may.
Just a second. The last check you sent him was for $178.36.
Right.
That was net. The gross
Right.
was $193.13.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I don't like to deal with change. You don't mind if I don't deal with change, Mr. Gorbach?
No, it's okay. He cut dollars. If you want to cut a couple of pennies, it's okay.
Okay. Mr. Gorbach?
Yes.
Today's Christmas for you.
Thank you.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $175, which is the difference in what I consider, sir, the amount that you owe this gentleman. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Thank you. Down in Louisiana, we don't go ho, ho, ho. You go ha, ha, ha.
He's a wonderful Santa Claus, and I'm hoping that he'll work for us in the future.
I love being Santa Claus.
And now the next case.
All parties on Restelli versus Waterstrat. Step forward, please.
21-year-old student Cara Restelli is suing former friend, 21-year-old student Megan Waterstrat, for the use of an international phone card. Megan says Cara left her stranded in Europe, and the phone card was used for emergencies.
Okay, the facts of this case, I don't believe, are in dispute. You two ladies were good friends and decided to travel to Europe together.
Yes. Correct.
And sometime towards the beginning of the trip, you received word that the fiancé of a very good friend of yours had died suddenly.
Yes.
And you felt as if it was important for you to return home immediately to be with your friend.
Yes.
Okay. Where in Europe were you going?
We were traveling all around Europe, London, Italy, and we were supposed to go also to Spain and France.
How long was the trip?
It was supposed to be for 3 weeks.
How much into the trip had you received that information?
It was 9 days.
Okay. When you left the defendant with your phone card.
Correct.
That was really your father's phone card.
Right.
Yes.
Father phone card. Sit. And according to you, your father got a whopping bill.
Yeah.
The defendant's calls, and you want her to pay for those calls.
Correct.
Can I see the bill, please?
Yes. I have a list of all the phone calls she made as well as the actual phone bills. It spans over 2 months because it went from 1 month into the next.
Have you seen these?
Yes, I have. She sent them to me in the mail.
Any calls that you question?
No, I don't question any of them.
Okay. So what was the total amount of the bill that she is responsible for?
She made $849 worth of phone calls, plus taxes and fees, which came out to $1,015.
Okay. There you go. Big talker.
Absolutely.
So why aren't you responsible for this bill?
Well, upon leaving, or Carol leaving Europe, she gave me the phone card for emergency calls. And in my opinion, all the phone calls I made were for emergencies. So I feel that I don't have to pay.
Well, let me understand this. She gave you the phone card because you didn't have one. Is that right?
That's correct.
And tell me about the conversation that you had with her when she gave you the phone card.
Well, I don't really remember specifically.
Then you don't remember specifically? Then you can't help me.
Oh, I can. Well, she said, here's a phone card, so when we leave, you know, you can use a phone card in case of emergencies. And so I did tell her that I would help pay for the phone bills, but she also agreed that she would not leave me alone in Europe, and she was willing to pay $500 for a ticket home. So when she sent me this bill, like, there was a disagreement between, like, she owes me $500, but yet
What she owe you $500 for?
Because she promised she would pay for a ticket home for $500. Like,
why should she pay for your ticket home?
Because she left me in Europe. Well, as it turned out, like, she left me. It was her decision to leave me. This trip had been planned out for quite some time, and it was a major expense. And I bought a restrictive ticket and could not change the date to fly home.
You had an emergency.
Well, of course, but
Just
leaving...
a second. She had an emergency.
Well, of course she had an emergency, but in my opinion, it was an emergency that I thought she should go home for.
Were you having a good time for the 9 days that you were there?
With her?
Yes.
Yes.
You having fun? Hmm?
Yes.
Wasn't as if you were having a miserable time and not getting along and you dumped her.
Mm-mm.
No, you were having a good time.
Yes.
And you had, I assume, planned this trip for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And wanted to continue with the trip.
Yes.
But you felt as if you had a moral obligation to go home and be with your friend.
Correct.
Excuse me, Honor. I also thought she had a moral obligation to stay with me because we were halfway across the world.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Well, if you're 21 years old, madam, nobody has to babysit for you.
Of course not, but the whole reason why I went on this trip with a friend was to have, you know, to have a company, like, to have somebody there to talk to and share the experience with. So she left. That's not fulfilling her, like, obligation to me. I mean, I went on this trip.
Well, let me ask you this question. If you lost a member of your family, if you received word that a member of your family died while you were 9 days into the trip, you think it would have been the right thing for you to do to go home?
With my friend, yes, and I would pay for her ticket home also.
Baloney. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,015. Grow up!
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm just glad it finally got settled and that everyone now knows what I've been saying all along, that she was being a baby about the whole thing and she needs to pay her debts.
She had a verbal agreement that she would help pay for my $500 ticket. And of course, I had a verbal agreement that I'd pay for a phone bill, but she didn't follow through on hers, so I wasn't about to follow through on mine.
I needed to go home for an emergency, and she just couldn't understand that I was trying to be a good friend, obviously, because she's not a good friend.
She's been petty over the whole thing.
I don't want to be friends with a thief.
Car salesman William Vasquez is suing his neighbor, 29-year-old insurance agent Betty Salva, for the cost to repair her home. William claims Betty conned him into thinking he caused a flood.
Yeah, this is case number 55 on the calendar in the matter of Vasquez versus Salva. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Mr. Vasquez, you and the defendant are sort of neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
You have a home.
Yes, ma'am.
And you live on top of a hill.
Sort of, yes, ma'am.
Defendant's home is sort of at the bottom of the hill.
Yes, ma'am.
According to what I've read in your complaint, your home has a swimming pool.
That's correct.
And you decided to drain your swimming pool.
That's correct.
And the defendant came to you and told you that the water, which you knew was going downhill,
yes, ma'am,
had damaged her home. How had it damaged your home?
It flooded my back porch, my septic tank, and went right in my back door and flooded the carpet.
And when Mrs. Salva came to you, did you go and look at the damage?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see the wet carpet?
Yes, ma'am.
And you, of course, agreed to pay for the damage.
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you pay her for the damage?
$225 for the draining of both septic tanks and $261 for replacing the carpet and padding. $40 for someone to come down and put it in, a friend of mine. That was all.
Okay. Now, tell me why you want that money back, plus additional money for aggravation.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to get recompensated back because of the fact that Mr. Stringfellow that sits here, this is Billy Stringfellow, the biological dad of the young gentleman that's over here. The young gentleman went to his house.
So your son went to his father's house. This is your ex-husband.
Yes.
And
told Mr. Stringfellow that that it was not so what took place. So they both drove to my house.
they came to your house. Who came to your house? Mr.
Mr.
Stringfellow
and
his son.
The young boy.
Step up, sir. Tell me what you told Mr. Vasquez.
I told Mr. Vasquez that my son told me that they had flooded their own stuff out there and had got raw sewage from the yard and put it to the carpet. That's what my son was telling me, and the young was telling the truth about it.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, what did you do?
I told Mr. Vasquez that he was defrauded.
Okay. What's your son's name?
Mitchell.
Mitchell, come up here, Mitchell. That's why you want your money back.
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you, Mitchell?
12.
You know who I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you nervous today?
Yes, ma'am.
You look a little nervous today, Mitchell. Do you go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What grade are you in?
5th.
Do you do well in school?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I've had a few problems here in school.
What kind of problems, Mitchell?
Grade problems.
You have any problems at home?
Look
at me.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what kind of problems you have at home.
I get yelled at a lot.
By your mom?
By Robert. He's my dad. Well, my stepdad.
How long has your mom been married to Robert?
I think 5 years.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes, I have a sister.
How old is your sister?
11.
Any other children in the house?
Wesley.
How old is Wesley?
12.
And is Wesley Robert's son?
Yes.
Do they get yelled at too?
I don't see them get yelled at a lot.
You don't see them getting yelled at. You get yelled at more.
Yes.
Any reason for that, you think?
No.
Have you talked to your mom about that?
Yes, actually I have.
What does she say?
Sometimes she won't listen, and sometimes she does.
Okay. You know anything about this problem that happened because of the flooding in your house?
Yes.
You want to tell me about it? You want to tell me about it privately, or you want to tell me about it here?
We could do it privately.
Then let's do it privately. Come on in the back.
Order.
Miss Salva, it is your claim that the damage that was caused by this flooding. And I see from your papers that you have a videotape of that.
Yes,
is that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see the videotape.
This is the neighbor's pump that's draining their pool, and it's just flowing in our yard and the neighbor's yard. It smells horrible out here. He has done flooded both of our septic tanks. You see, it is overflowed, running all on my back porch, all the way to my pool step area, down to my driveway, all the way back over here. This is the second septic tank that is overflowed, which has run all the way up into the house.
Both my septic tanks are overflowing.
Flooded. Run all over my yard.
Stop it there, please. Would
We
you
tried
please?
to...
Stop it there. And I want you to back it up a little bit, please. Back it up about 5 seconds. Keep going, 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 keep going. Now, I want you to stop it right there. Thank you. You've been married 5 years, Miss Salva?
Yes, ma'am.
You have 2 children?
Yes, ma'am.
Your husband has 1 child.
Yes, ma'am.
You punish your children by hitting them with a belt?
No, ma'am, I do not.
I want you to pay very careful attention to me, Miss Salva. When I ask you a question, I expect a truthful answer. If I don't get a truthful answer from you, you're in serious trouble. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Does your husband, Robert, punish the children with a belt?
No, ma'am, he doesn't.
I don't believe you.
He doesn't.
I don't believe you. Was your son living with his father for some time last year?
For about 2 months.
Why was he living with his father?
He was stealing and sneaking out at night, and that was just a last resort to try to straighten him out, and that didn't work.
Explain to me why it didn't work.
His father had went out of town and left him there for I don't know how long without any supervision. So I went and picked him up.
Did you go out of town, sir?
No, ma'am, I didn't go out of town. I was at home. She went and took the young'un out of school, didn't call me, didn't do nothing, and it costed me new uniforms, new everything. She didn't call me, didn't say nothing. She just come picked him up. 2 weeks, or he didn't even go to school. And my daughter, she hadn't been in school in over a year.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. She's
Why is that?
homeschooled. She, well...
She's homeschooled by whom?
By me.
What college did you graduate from?
I went to the George County Occupational Training Center, but I did not graduate.
What university did you graduate from?
I did not graduate
Then
from
how are you
university.
homeschooling your children?
It's just one that I homeschool.
Why?
Because 2 years ago, when she went to his house for the weekend, she was in a very bad wreck and flipped 5 times, and she has problems from that.
And you've been told to homeschool her?
No,
or you
ma'am.
decided to homeschool her?
That was my choice.
Right. Miss Alva, I'm going to make some suggestions to you, and I want you to take them to heart. Your primary responsibility is to your 2 children. Your primary responsibility is to see to it that your 2 children are raised with a reasonable moral code, that they don't see their parents being involved in lying or cheating or stealing. That's your primary responsibility. And your husband, Robert, it is not his responsibility to corporally punish your children. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this young man I find to be a charming young man. Bright, very likable. He has the potential to be a nice young man. You and your family are screwing that up. You see that spot?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a dry spot.
It had already
That's
been
a
swept
dry
away.
spot. That's a dry spot that was there before your husband forced your son to take a hose and flood the inside of your house. Now, that doesn't mean, Mr. Vasquez, that there wasn't a lot of damage done by your pool. It's clear to me, based on these photographs, that your pool drainage did some damage. Next time you'll figure out some other way to drain your pool. That's not the point here. I don't know what motivated you to pit your son against his mother
Yes, ma'am.
and his stepfather, which may have ramifications. I'm going to give you some advice about that in a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I will see to it that a call is made to Child Protective Services where you live to monitor your home. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to see to it that there are no ramifications to this child or any other child in your house as a result of what happened today. So the call is going to be made by me to Child Protective Services where you live to come out and take a look at what's going on in your house. But I think it was a mistake on your part, sir, to put your son in the middle. It was a mistake.
It had to be done. It had to be done.
No, 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 no.
And,
It didn't have to be done that way. Listen to me. Your son was living with his mother and his stepfather. Stepfather who, according to your son, uses corporal punishment as a way of punishing both himself and his sibling. Now, prior to Robert corporally punishing the children with a belt, she did. Now, I didn't ask about you.
I don't.
He seemed to be very happy when he was living with you, and he doesn't know why his mother came and took him away. You pay his mother child support?
No, he does not.
Oh, Miss Judy.
I asked you a question.
No,
That
ma'am.
requires a yes or a no.
Ma'am. No, ma'am. But them young's needs on my part gets anything that can be.
Don't give me talk.
Yes, ma'am.
Money.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you pay. Money to take care of your children. Do you understand?
Yes.
Because let me explain to you what happens if you don't do that. Listen to me carefully. What happens is her husband feels as if he's supporting your children, which gives him license to hit them with a belt. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So you start paying support. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today, William Vasquez claims neighbor Betty Salva owes for the cost to repair flood damage to her home. William says Betty conned him into thinking he was at fault.
May I say something, please?
Yes.
There's also a three-year-old little girl that lives there. Also, I don't think she told you about.
I didn't hear about any 3-year-old little girl. He didn't tell me about a 3-year-old little girl.
Custody of her.
Whose child is that?
It's my brother's daughter, and I've had her since the day she was born.
Well, I looked over my fence and I seen the child out there unsupervised around the pool area, no supervision, for 10 minutes.
No.
Mr. Vasquez, this is what I'm telling you, sir. I'm not giving any money back. You did the wrong thing. You drained your pool into a place, and it made a mess in their house. They don't have to have a mess in their house, and I am not an engineer, so I'm not going to be able to say what damage your pool did and what damage they did themselves in order to enhance the claim. I can't separate that. What I can tell these people is something is not right, and the advantage of having this case heard today is that I am going to get a team of social workers out to her house to see what's going on there. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all. Step out.
Officer, excuse me, step out.
I feel like she's doing the right thing by having someone look after the young man.
I don't like the way that he upset my son. My son said things because he was very scared of him, and he has been abuseful in the past.
I'm going to do everything I can to get that child away from her.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Hervey versus Hill. Step forward, please.
Caregiver Keith Hervey Sr. is suing his ex-lover, 24-year-old student Jamie Hill, for an unpaid loan for rims and a car stereo.
Mr. Hervey, how long was the defendant your girlfriend?
For about 7 years.
7 years?
7 to 8 years, ma'am.
Your complaint is that you made a loan to her, and the loan was for new rims for her car.
Right.
And a stereo for her car.
Yes, ma'am.
And those new rims and stereo cost $2,500.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Hill says she doesn't give a rat's behind about rims, and she doesn't care if she's got AM or FM. Rims and stereos are a guy thing. You made her a present. You wanted her to have a hot-looking car. This was a gift. She doesn't owe you anything. As a matter of fact, she would let you take the things back, except that she would have to replace what was taken off the car. Is that right?
Yes.
So tell me, when you made this loan to Miss Hill?
July the 14th.
Well, tell me about that. Why would you do that? Did you come into some money?
And my family, we sued tires on June the 8th. We sued for $25 million, ma'am.
And so how much money did you collect?
$40,000, ma'am.
You got $40,000. He had a whole lot of money.
Yes, ma'am.
And she was your girlfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
What'd you buy yourself?
I bought me a 1999 Suburban.
And at the same time that you got yourself a Suburban,
Yes, ma'am.
did you get the rims and stereo for her car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have anything put in your Suburban? At the
Yes,
same
ma'am.
time, some additional stuff put in your Suburban?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not looking good for you, Mr. Hervey. So I'm going to let you very, very quickly, because I have other things to do today.
Yes, ma'am.
You tell me this agreement that you made with your girlfriend of 7 years.
Okay. First of all...
Not first of all, just tell me about the agreement.
Oh, the agreement was made when she get her taxes back and her school check. She'll pay me my money back. That was the agreement we had made. Then when we ended up breaking up October the 2nd, and I found a new girlfriend, she had came by my house and threatened me that she'll cut my tires up on my Suburban. And so when she left, she called back again, threatened me, saying that I'm not going to get anything back. That's when I put in that complaint on March the 3rd.
Go.
Mr. Hervey gave me these things as a gift. When he received that $40,000, that was his part of giving me something out of the money. I never asked him to buy these things for me. That was what he wanted to do. I never went to Mr. Hervey and threatened Mr. Hervey.
I don't care about the threats. I just want to hear about the rims.
Okay, he called me on July 24th and told me to meet him at Rim World. And when
At Rim World?
Rim World. I didn't even know how to get there. When I met him, he called me, he told me how to get there. And he told me, pick out the rims that you want. And see, I told him, you know, quit blowing all this money. I didn't even ask for these things. I said, we were supposed to get married. He acknowledged me as his fiancé. And I have papers here on his insurance acknowledged me as his fiancé.
Listen to me. First of all, Mr. Hervey, I listened to you.
Yes, ma'am.
If it wasn't a present, it should have been a present. 7, 8 years, and then you found another girlfriend. You should have said, forget it, take your rims and stereo. But it probably was a little bit of puffing. You got some money, you bought yourself a big new car, you put something in her car. Miss Hill, what I don't understand about you is, when he said, meet me at Rimworld, why didn't you say, meet me at the jeweler?
I should have.
He acknowledged you as his fiancé?
Yes, ma'am. On his...
Okay. Where is the ring he bought you?
Oh, he didn't buy me a ring.
That's what he considered a rim. Mr. Hervey.
Yes, ma'am.
Why are you bothering with this, sir? If you got money, $40,000, is that the biggest amount of money that you've ever gotten?
Well, yes.
Why would you go out and blow the whole thing on a car?
Well, at the time, that's what I wanted.
I understand that's what you wanted. How old are you?
I'm 39.
Mr. Hervey, at 39, that's not all that you're supposed to want. Sir,
yes, ma'am.
If you get $40,000, put your hand down, that's a lot of money. You take some, you put it away, you put it in the bank, you invest it, you put it in a CD. You don't blow it all on rims and stereos and a big car. That's something that a 20-year-old does, not somebody who's 40. And 39 is really close to 40.
Right.
Understand? Your case is dismissed. Goodbye and good luck.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He blew all his money, so he want to ask me for some money, and I told him no.
She was jealous because I got a new girlfriend. She didn't want to accept me.
We don't go together no more. Leave me alone.
The devil won again.
He don't have no more money. He's broke.
It's real funny. Broke?
Kathleen Papp is suing her ex-boyfriend, contractor Michael Sandoval, for the return of her belongings, including a car. Michael is countersuing for stolen checks.
This is case number 123 on the calendar in the matter of Papp versus Sandoval. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Ms. Papp, according to what I read, you and the defendant lived together for about 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
During that time, sort of the end of that period of time, there was a car purchased. The car was purchased for you. It was purchased by Mr. Sandoval.
Yes.
And there was an agreement that you would make the payments on the car.
Yes, ma'am.
You broke up. He told you to leave. You did. And you took the car with you and made payments on it, according to you.
Yes.
And for no good reason, Mr. Sandoval took the car back, even though you were making payments.
Yes.
And you say that he had no reason to do that, so you want all the money that you put in to the car. Mr. Sandoval says that you were either late or you missed some payments, and then you got arrested and went to jail, and he repossessed the car. You are also claiming that Mr. Sandoval trashed a lot of your stuff.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sandoval says that he gave you plenty of opportunity to come and get it. When you didn't come and get it, he threw it away.
I donated it.
You donated it. And Mr. Sandoval then has a counterclaim because he says you stole some checks that belonged to him.
She did.
Okay. So let me hear about this arrangement for the car.
Okay. We both work for the same company. We live together as a blended family. I raised his children. He helped. You know, we had 4 between us. And then business got slow right after 9/11, and his boss decided to close the door and not renew his business license, so I was laid off immediately. Mike had to continue to work because he had to tie up loose ends with the customers. So he said, we'd be okay for a few months, so I started looking for work in December. And then come the 1st of January, I got a job. So we had like 4 company vehicles and everything at the house.
Could you speak slowly?
We had 4 company vehicles, so I got to drive one of the trucks all the time. So then Mike said, I don't know how much longer we'll have this one truck, so you better start saving for a car. So come February...
What year are we talking
2002. So February, Mike asked me how much money I had saved. And I went and got my money out of my closet, which was in the garage that he built for me, and I had $1,000. And Mike was all proud of me, and I was excited.
Could we fast forward a little bit,
Anyway,
please?
I had saved $1,000. Mike said he would help me because he didn't want me to get taken advantage of being a woman out looking for a car.
Could you fast forward, please? Bought a car. The agreement was that you would
The
make
agreement
the
was I'd pay him.
The agreement was that you would make the payments on it.
Yes.
When did you get the car?
In March of 2002.
What were the payments?
$201.
Due when?
On the 15th.
And were you supposed to make those payments to him or to the bank correctly?
To him.
Even though you were living together as a blended family?
Yes. I had to pay half of everything.
I don't care about half of everything. I'm talking about strange...
I paid everything. Our agreement.
Shh. I don't care about half the bills. You had half the family there. Half the bills is fine. Sir, didn't you understand? I saw you put your hands up. You don't have to go to the bathroom, do you?
Nope.
Then just wait.
Okay.
$201 is paid directly to him on the 15th of each month. And April 2002 was your first payment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you pay him by check or cash?
Money order.
And you have copies of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I see them, please? You're supposed to pay him $205 or $201?
It was $201.99. I just made it $205 each month.
Is that right, Mr. Sandoval?
It was $201.99, and she made it
$205.
$205 every month.
So the answer is yes. Well, I see in December you only paid
$105.
$105.
Yes, ma'am. I paid him $105 with a balance of $97. He got belligerent, like on the 11th. He went to the doctor, and I called him after work and said, how'd it go? Because something was wrong with his kidneys. And anyway, that night when we got home, he was saying to his son, how come the C person hasn't left yet? And he's calling me all these vulgar names in front of his son. So we were just hoping he'd fall asleep and pass out and go to bed. So I just ignored it. And the next morning, he called me at work and said, why aren't you out of the house yet? Why aren't you out of the house yet? And called me every name there is. And so I went and stayed with my children who don't live with me anymore. And I stayed there a few nights till he calmed down.
How old are your children?
They are 18 and 20.
Who do they live with?
They lived with their dad.
When did they move out and live with their dad?
About a year and a half ago.
About 3 years ago when she went to jail.
For what?
She went to jail for credit card fraud. And I called her dad up and said, I'm not paying for him. Come and get your kids.
That is not true, Your Honor.
And their dad finally come and got him. It took me a while to get him out of there, but their dad did come and get him because she got 1 year in the county jail.
I object.
And I wasn't about to continue paying for her kids.
Okay.
She objected to going to jail, too.
That is not true.
Miss Papp, just wait until I speak to you. Okay. Do you understand? That doesn't answer why you only gave him $105 in December.
Because that's...
Shh. You're supposed to pay him $202.
Right, I had a balance of $97 that I had talked to him that I was going to give him like in the next week, which wasn't a problem. I mean, we lived together.
Okay. Were you arrested in January?
Your Honor, she did not live there at that time.
Were you arrested in January?
I left. He choked me, Your Honor.
Would you answer my question?
Yes, because of him.
You were arrested in January.
December 31st.
On a no-bail warrant. That's not because of me.
Mr. Sandoval.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You were arrested on December 31st. By December 31st, had you in fact paid the other $97?
No, I did not.
So you breached your agreement with him?
Yes.
Good.
$97.
You don't care what it was, $97 or $197
yes,
or whatever. You breached your agreement with him.
But we had talk. I mean, I've been with this guy, and I just lost my mother. You know, it's like I had a balance of $97. I just paid him $700 for my car insurance for the whole year.
When did you, Mr. Sandoval, take the car back?
I took the car back January 17th. I think I repossessed the vehicle.
From where?
From where her kids stay, not at their dad's, but her kids stay at a friend's house.
Was she in jail at the time?
She was in jail because she tried to break in my home on December 31st, and my daughter called the police, and the police caught her in the neighbor's yard, and she had and my son was also out there, which is a witness. She had all her cat burglar stuff on. She had gloves on.
Yeah, he's lying.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Papp says ex-boyfriend Michael Sandoval gave away her clothes and other belongings. Michael says she abandoned the property.
Mr. Sandoval,
can
you just answer my questions? I would just like to get through with this case, get the information that I need. You repossessed the car on or about January 17th.
Yes.
Had you received any car payment on January 15th?
No.
Did you make any car payment on January 15th?
He took the car January 15th, and no, I did not.
Shh, just a minute. By January 15th, had you made a payment of the $97 that you owed him?
I did
All
not.
right, so you were in breach of the agreement. You were entitled to nothing on your complaint.
She was
With
in
regard
jail.
to the, I'm speaking.
Okay.
I'm going to handle this my way.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I see you don't like each other anymore.
No, that's
just fine.
That's not true.
Well, if you still like him after what he said about your children after 10 years, then what I'm telling you is you got to screw loose. So can we get to the next part of your complaint? Just answer my questions, Miss Papp. It's late and I'm tired. You're not entitled to anything on the car. You breached your contract.
For $97?
Well, it wasn't $97. At this point, it's $97 for one. I'm speaking. $97 for 1 month, and January's car payment you failed to make on time as well. So that's not $97. That's $202 plus $97. You are now a month and a half in arrears. He's entitled to repossess the car. Period. End of discussion. Now, let us move on to...
Your Honor.
I'm speaking. Let us move on to the stuff that you did not get out of the house. When did you get rid of her stuff?
I got rid of it December the 31st.
What did you get rid of?
9 boxes of clothes. She had already taken... Okay.
When did she move out of the house, Mr. Sandoval?
In August of 2002.
Where did she move to?
She moved to Ray and Geneva's house, some friends of mine.
I object. They're not friends of his. He's lying. He's lying.
Are you on medication?
No.
Then you better learn to be quiet unless I'm talking to you.
Yes, ma'am.
So she was not living there in December?
No, she was not.
She wasn't living there in November?
No, she was not.
May I speak?
Not yet.
He's not being truthful. I have something else I need to say.
There's not a question before you, madam.
Because I took
There
him
is not a question before you.
I took him before to court. We made an agreement.
About what?
This car.
What do you mean you took him to court
Yeah,
before?
in
about
March,
the car?
originally. See, shh. I need to explain myself because he's
No.
no.
Pay attention to me. You took him to court before in March of 2003?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see a judge?
Yes.
Did the judge make an order?
He asked us to go out in the hall and make an agreement. We did.
The judge dismissed it.
Listen, please. We made an agreement. We came back in. He said, okay, come back April 10th, and we'll see if everything's okay. Mike said, you have till 7 o'clock tonight to give me that $600 for the car payment. Well, January, February, March, his daughter's been driving my car. Yes, he took it January 15th out of my girlfriend's driveway.
Oh, please, I'm not interested, Miss Papp. You breached the agreement, period, end of discussion.
You know,
I'm asking you...
Why am I going to be out $4,000? And then, on top of it, the reason I left him is because he choked me. And look at this, my dresses, went in my closet and stabbed all my dresses. Like, there were 20 stab holes in like this. There are stab holes in this one that he's done to me.
I'm going to give you one more second to close your mouth unless I ask you a question. Otherwise, I'm dismissing your entire claim. Do you understand?
Yes.
The next time you interrupt, speak out of turn,
yes,
I'm dismissing your entire claim without giving you any further opportunity to speak. Do we understand each other?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to know where you were living in October of 2002.
I had stayed at my girlfriend Geneva's.
That's all. That's the answer.
Yes.
I want to know where you were living in November of 2002.
Really? Most of the time.
I want to know where you were living.
With Mike.
That's not true at all.
That is not true. I'm going to give it to you again. Where were you living in November of 2002?
Geneva's, but I was with him all the time, Your Honor.
Okay. When did you get rid of her stuff?
January 31st.
Tell me under what circumstances you got rid of her stuff. First you told me it was December.
It was December 31st.
Get it straight.
It is.
I don't want to hear you.
I got a lot of dates. It was January the 31st. I did ask her to move it in August. She did, but we continued dating some until December. The whole time I wanted her to get her things out. She had all her.
So what you're telling me, sir, is...
I didn't speak.
Then put your hand down. Then I'm going to modify my prior order, which is if you either speak or in any way interrupt these proceedings, I'm going to dismiss your claim.
Yes, ma'am.
So what you're telling me, Mr. Sandoval, is that while she was living at her friend Geneva's, you were dating, and occasionally she was sleeping at your house.
That's correct.
That's more truthful. And she had some property there.
That's correct.
And she had some property there up until the time you probably had a major altercation on or about December of 2002.
That's exactly right.
And then in January of 2003, you donated her property.
This is right. But this is after I've requested from her many times to remove it. I've asked her children to remove it.
Mr. Sandoval, when just prior to December 31st did Miss Papp sleep in your home?
In December.
You understand, Mr. Sandoval, you cannot have it both ways. You may be saying to her, get your stuff out of the house. I don't want to have anything more to do with you. But in your spare time, if you have some free time, come on over and we'll take a roll in the hay. If she had moved out of your house in August, and from August until December, you had been sending her notes, sending her registered mail, and saying to her, move all of your stuff out of the house. I'm giving you 30 days. and she didn't do it, you would have had every right up until that time to donate her stuff. Do you understand?
Yes, I did do what you said, but it was from December to January, which is 45 days.
It's not enough time.
I gave her 45 days.
It's not enough time.
And it was not...
It's not enough time. You had a 10-year physical and emotional relationship with her. And if you chose to cut it off in August, and probably excellent judgment, then what you shouldn't have done was accept her sexual favors up until December. We understand each other, sir. So you boxed up clothing and gave it away, along with other personal property that she had, or just clothing?
Just 9 boxes of clothes that she no longer used anyway, just stuff she had left, because she had already taken the majority of her stuff. It was just the stuff that she just never wore anyway. I said,
whatever,
Kathleen, get
it was
out.
there and you wanted it out of your house.
This is correct.
Okay. Now, other than clothing, was there anything else that you claim he discarded?
Yes, I have a...
I don't want to see that whole tome, madam, because I don't believe a lot of what you say. Tell me what you left.
I was just at the house a week ago, and my stuff is still there in the house, everything.
Like what?
Excuse me?
We weren't there.
Like what?
Stuff my parents left me, my everything in the kitchen, bathroom, all my pictures, all my videos, everything in our bedroom. There's stuff my mother left me, painted the statuary bookends. They're in his office in the garage. I just seen him the other day, and yes, I was with him. Yes, I was there with him, with Mike.
That is not true at all, Your Honor.
It is. We just went out the other day.
Okay. Court, I will enter an order, and I'm sure Mr. Sandoval won't mind, that 5 days from now, put your hand down. Your case is dismissed. Your case is dismissed. Do you understand?
I'm sorry.
Maybe I have to, I have to hit you over the head with it. But I'm going to enter an order 5 days from today. And the order 5 days from today is that in the company of a peace officer, Ms. Papp is going to be able to come to your house, sir. Go through your house, go through your garage, go through anything that she wants to with a police officer.
Okay.
And anything that she indicates that is hers from her mother's teapot, her mother's photograph, any of that stuff, she's going to take.
Okay.
In addition to that, I am awarding her $250 for her clothing that you threw out, because I believe that since she was in fact gone all but sometimes since August, that most of her clothing that she wanted was with her. But you had no right to discard whatever leftover stuff she decided to leave at your house. You had no right to do that. And I'm going to suggest this to you, Mr. Sandoval. Ms. Papp is not totally balanced. Well, I don't know about you, but I know she is not. So I am going to strongly suggest to you that neither you nor your children do anything to throw away, to destroy, to do anything with regard to any property that you may come across that belongs to her, that inadvertently was left behind by her. This does not include household appliances, furniture, mattresses, tables and chairs, anything else. We're talking about sentimental items that she left behind. Do you understand?
Yes, I've tried.
And that will clearly be stated in the order.
Okay.
Now, I want you to tell me about these checks, because that's your counterclaim.
When she was at my house sometime in December, she stole a checkbook from me. I've got a list here of a bunch of checks at all these different stores. In fact, that's how she paid me the December car payment, is with one of my stolen checks, the money she got.
Have you reported that to the police?
Yes, I have.
Are they following it up?
They are. They can't find her. They can't catch her.
What do you mean they can't catch her? She's right here. Listen to me, Mr. Sandoval. As soon as there is a conviction in that case, because I assume that you do not have a handwriting expert here, is that right? Is that right?
That's right.
As soon as there is a conviction in the criminal proceeding, barring any unforeseen eventuality, it is an automatic judgment in your favor in a civil proceeding. But right now, you are not prepared to go through a civil proceeding, sir.
Your Honor, the person that works at Albertsons that she cashed the checks from lives on our block. I have her phone number here. And
I don't care what you have.
She'll ID that she cashed my checks.
I don't care what you have, sir.
Okay.
I'm not calling a witness to, in effect, give testimony in what would be a criminal proceeding before she's even been arrested, charged. Do you understand? You understand me, sir?
I understand you do.
Perfect. And if you knew the plaintiff was going to be here today, and if the police couldn't catch her, you should have let them know that she was going to be here today. They could have come and executed the warrant. Do you understand?
I'm not a police officer. I didn't think about that.
Well, you should have if you said they couldn't catch her, sir.
That's what they tell me, because I've asked them several times. How come you haven't done nothing?
Should have let them know she was going to be right here, trying her civil case. Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $250 in the order as indicated. Thank you. Step out.
He's made me carless and homeless for the last 6 months.
She's been arrested at my house several times for breaking in.
I just lost my mother and sister, and if I was in the gutter, he'd run me over and over.
She's been arrested twice for domestic violence.
He's just not a man.
She bit me once for stealing my wallet. She hit me with a broom right in front of the police officers.
He choked me with one hand, picked me up, and knew that he better let me go.
I did grab her, but I caught her burglarizing my home.
He stabbed all my dresses with knife holes, like 20 of them.
I don't know where that came from.
You know, this guy just isn't a man.
She's a victim always.
He just kept my money, and I got...
Now she'll leave me alone about the vehicle.
All I want is my car and all my stuff, and I wanted to move on with my life.
Estate broker June Dolan is suing her brother, cook Paul Hughes, for the cost of a defense attorney to keep him out of jail. Paul says his ex-girlfriend was the person who borrowed the money.
Yeah, and this is case number 122 on the calendar in the matter of Dolan versus Hughes. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Thank you, Bert.
You're welcome.
Ms. Dolan, Mr. Hughes is your brother.
Yes.
And I gather from your complaint that you've bailed him out of jail a couple of times.
Yes.
First time you bailed him out of jail was in a dispute involving a girlfriend or something, and you're not asking for reimbursement of that. Second time you bailed him out of jail, you claim it cost you $5,000. You want the money back.
It was actually $5,208.
Well, our limit is $5,000.
Yes.
Mr. Hughes said it was very nice of you to bail him out of jail. He never asked you to do it. A loan was never created. Someone else asked you. Someone by the name of Nancy, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's not you, is it?
Yes.
Oh, Nancy. So, Ms. Dolan, tell me about the second time you bailed him out of jail.
Okay.
When was it?
It actually wasn't bailing him out of jail. It was paying for a defense attorney for him.
Oh. Was he in jail at the time?
No. He was supposed to be in jail, but he took off from Minnesota and came to California.
So he was out on a fugitive warrant?
Yes.
Was he staying with you?
He showed up at my door, yes.
So tell me about the $5,200 and some odd dollars.
So he had this other attorney that was supposed to be a really, really good attorney because he kind of got the shaft on the first attorney. And the attorney said, well, you didn't deserve all the punishment that you got. He had had 3 days left of a 3-year probation. So, and anger management class and all kinds of stuff. So the sentence that he got was horrible. He got another 18 months anger management. He got 3 more years of probation. He got...
Because he did what?
He had alcohol in his system. It was his birthday, and he went out and he had beer, and they were pulled over, and that was a violation of probation. So the judge gave... the judge just, like, dumped on him and gave him this whole...
Sounds perfect to me.
Big, long...
These are the rules.
Right.
You break the rules, there's a consequence.
So the
they
second
didn't put
attorney...
him on a rack, did they?
Did they what?
Put him on a rack? They didn't put him on a rack.
No.
Go ahead.
So the second attorney said, I know the judge, and I will go and I will talk to the judge for you, but it's going to cost you $5,000. I had already paid for the first one, $3,000. I paid for the home monitoring system. I paid $1,200 in collect phone calls from jail.
Okay, I got, you've been a good sister so far.
So the $5,000, he decides that he's in love with Nancy, who is my best friend of the last 25 years, actually, and he works for her. Her folks own a marina in Lake Minnetonka, and he is the chef there. So,
Nancy called you.
No. Well, we talk every day on the phone. We all talk every day on the phone.
I understand it. Nancy called you and asked you for the money. That's what you said.
Well...
Don't play, Miss Dolan. That's
Nancy
what you say.
Guaranteed the money. She said she would take it
no.
out of...
Listen to me. According to your complaint, you had a conversation with Nancy. You want me to read it to you?
Okay. I had several conversations with Nancy.
I don't care what your conversations were, but there's several conversations were. Only one of us can talk at one time. In October 2002, Nancy called and asked that I pay for yet another attorney. Nancy was so distraught, begged and pleaded. So you had a conversation with Nancy about the money.
And I told Nancy no. No.
Go ahead.
Nancy said, I will garnish his wages and make payments. And they did. They made 2 payments on this credit card.
Just a second. So Nancy said, he works for me. I'll put a garnish on his wages.
Yes.
So she...
Guaranteed the money. It's almost like
I know what a garnish... No, I know what a garnishment is. She didn't guarantee the money. She said, as long as he's working here for me, I will garnish his salary so that you'll get the money. Guaranteeing the money is different. Guaranteeing the money is, if he doesn't pay you back, I will.
And then she said, when I sell my house, I will give him the money to pay you off, and then he can make payments to me. That's, to me, sound like a guarantee.
Well, that's different from what you just told me, except she has to sell her house first.
She did sell her house.
Okay.
And I still don't have any money.
So why are you suing your brother?
Because he's the one that borrowed it from me.
So far, I don't have that. So far, I have she borrowed it from you.
She didn't borrow it from me. She encouraged it.
Miss Dolan, you got it all wrong, madam.
They're multimillionaires. The family is multimillionaires.
Miss Dolan, I want you to pay attention to me. I understand that what you did was you advanced this money. What you are suing for in court is an oral contract. Your oral contract was with Nancy. She may not have benefited from the contract because he was the one who was in trouble. She may have benefited from it. Let's say she benefited from it because he was a valued employee for whatever reason. And she wanted to ensure that he was going to stay on the job, so she guaranteed the return of your money, even though it wasn't for her immediate benefit.
Well,
that
she wanted
creates,
to marry him.
Listen to me. That creates a contract. His defense to this is, sure, my sister gave me the money for the attorney, but I never agreed to pay her back.
Yes, he did.
She agreed to pay her back.
He's the one that said he would pay me back.
Well, you never told me that, Miss Dolan.
On it.
No, you never told me that, Miss Dolan. You told me your contract was with Nancy. Now I'll hear you further. You explain to me your contract with your brother. But make sure it's true, because I've already heard the first part of it. So far, I haven't heard anything about your brother.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Her brother, Paul Hughes, owes for the cost of an attorney. Paul says it was his ex-girlfriend who borrowed the money.
Go ahead.
He needed the money because he was on the run, and he wanted to go back to Minnesota to be with her. They've had this love affair for 25 years, on and off.
Yes.
So he said, I need $5,000. So he had gone out. He knew the attorney. He was going to try to make payments to him. He was going to do whatever he could do to pay off this money. So he asked me for the money. And I said, I don't have $5,000. I'm still making payments on the first
Fine, so you
money.
said no.
So I said, absolutely not. No. So he called, and he called, and he called, and he called back to her, and they sat and tried to work something out to get this money. Finally, he's not going anywhere when he's staying at my house. He's got a sentence hanging over his head. He's running from the law. So Nancy said, come back here and work at the Caribbean. I will garnish your wages, and we'll make the payments to you. So I said...
Your contract is with her, not with him.
But he's the one that said, will you loan me the money? I finally said, okay.
No. Listen to me. That's not what happened, Ms. Dallin. What happened was he asked to borrow the money, and you said no. And he asked you again, and you said, no, I'm still paying off the other money. Then your best friend called you, who you know has money, and said, in effect, he's going to come back, he's going to work for me in the restaurant, I'm going to garnish his salary, so you're assured of getting your money.
She guaranteed it.
Then you got to sue her, not him. You have no contract. You have no legally binding contract with your brother. Now, I'm not going into whether or not you have a legally binding contract with Nancy. You may. You may. I don't have to go into that now. She's not a party. You don't have a legally binding contract with your brother because he asked to borrow the money and you said no.
Well, I said no several times. I said no on the first one, and I finally gave in to him.
No, you gave in to her. You rejected his request until she convinced you that she would be good for the money. Then you said okay.
She never said she'd be good for the money. She said she'd take it out of his paycheck and pay it. And he made 2 payments on it. That shows faith.
That shows nothing, madam. You're suing the wrong person. You do not have a legally binding contract with your brother. You rejected his request for the money until she, your friend of 25 years, said to you, I will, in effect, get the money back to you. If it's not through him working at the restaurant, it's when I sell my house and I'm going to give him the money. But your contract was not with him. So you've got the wrong party over there. Try her. That's all. Case dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She actually had nothing to do with it. Nothing.
I didn't ask her for the money.
Hopefully we can all go out and have lunch or something and talk about it.
I'm not paying the money, so.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Williams Dalrymple versus Martin. Step forward, please.
Cashier Carla Williams and her children, 16-year-old Nicholas and 14-year-old Rachel, are suing Carla's ex-boyfriend, house painter Gene Martin, for the return of their belongings. Gene is countersuing Carla for unpaid rent and for shooting a gun in their house.
Why don't you two have a seat? Miss Williams, you and Mr. Martin lived together for about 10 years. You have children. I assume these are your two children. Is this your child, Mr. Martin?
Yes, it is.
And you have a child together.
Yes, ma'am.
A daughter?
Yes.
How old?
7.
Okay. Does she live with you?
Yes, she does.
According to your complaint, there was some sort of an altercation with Mr. Martin. You fled the house, and when was that?
December 1st.
And you claim that Mr. Martin, sometime after that, threw away your children's property. These
Yes.
two children.
Yes.
And you want either the return of that property, which of course he can't give you because he threw it away, or the value of that property. Mr. Martin says that you didn't flee the house after an altercation, but that you had had a fight sometime in November, and that you shot a gun off in the house. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that Mr. Martin took your daughter, and he fled the house. He left, and you were gone for about a week with the child. Is that right?
Yes.
So far, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
After you shot the gun off in the house, what happened with Mr. And that was sometime in November. What happened with Mr. Martin?
It was the day before Thanksgiving, and I had found out Mr. Martin had been seeing another woman, and I got a little inebriated, and I did fire the gun off in the house. My brother and my mother came to get me, and I took my 2 children to Sacramento, and he took the other 2 children. We had plans to go to his mother's house in L.A. for Thanksgiving. He went to L.A. He arrived back Saturday, December 1st.
Okay. So he did take, you didn't spend Thanksgiving together as planned. He did take his son and your 7-year-old daughter, your joint 7-year-old daughter, away for about a week.
For 2 days, Your Honor.
2 days. When you came back, according to you, Mr. Martin, she then took the child and went to her brother's house.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yeah, but he told me I couldn't be there.
Right, because you had had this major falling out where you shot a gun off in the house. So you took the child, I assume without his permission.
Yes.
And you fled to your brother's house.
Correct.
And he came to your brother's house looking for his daughter, trying to get his daughter back.
Correct.
And whatever property that was left in the house that belonged to your children, because some you got, is the property we're talking about. But that sort of sets it up. Now, that's more the truth than what I got from your complaint, which was, in your complaint, you say that you fled the house with your children and with only the clothes on our backs while he was in the bathroom. The truth of the matter is you was taking your daughter without his permission.
Well, I didn't feel I needed his permission.
Why not?
Well, because he didn't have my permission to take our daughter over Thanksgiving.
You got drunk and shot a gun off in the house, madam. And you weren't taking your daughter for a planned vacation, which is what he did.
It was for Thanksgiving.
You were all supposed to go as a family, except you had a fight. And what you were doing was setting yourself up as the winner in a custody battle by taking physical custody of the child without his permission. I've been a family court judge a long time. I know exactly what you were doing.
When I was there, I was hoping we could reconcile when I came back.
Well, evidently he didn't want to reconcile, and you decided to get the advantage by taking your daughter out of the house, fleeing your house, and going to your brother's house. I'm just saying to you that what you said here in your complaint is not truthful. You didn't flee the house with the clothes on your back. You were stealing your daughter. Now, that was the 1st of December, and if these children want to leave, I think that that's a great idea. They can all go outside, even though this is their property. If they want to go outside, it's certainly fine with me.
You want to stay?
Yeah.
You
Fine.
okay?
Yeah.
How about
Good.
you? Okay.
Good. That was on December 1st. When did you come back to get your property?
Well, I got a restraining order on December 3rd.
Why did you get a restraining order? Who gave you a restraining order?
The judge.
For what?
Because he came down, pushed my kids around, tried to break through my brother's door.
Because you... And a judge gave you a restraining order?
There were other mitigating circumstances that he felt it could be necessary. He also gave me a 3-year restraining order.
I certainly hope not based on that incident.
No, that and several others.
What about a restraining order with regard to him for shooting a gun off in the house? Did he get one against you?
No, ma'am.
Did he apply for one?
Not that I know I'm aware of.
Right. How long did you leave your children's property in the house?
I contacted him on January 8th.
Did you go and get any of your property on January 8th?
No, I did not.
Did you at any time after January 8th go and retrieve property?
I did in April.
On what date? In April?
In April.
So he kept your property from December 1st to April?
No, he told me that the property had been thrown out on January 8th. That there was nothing to get.
So what did you get in April?
Just some stuff that he left behind. Our mutual daughter's stuff. And there was a couple items of furniture. He kept a lot of the furniture. I paid for it.
You more than exacted your pound of flesh, madam. I don't know the history. I don't know either one of you two people. All I know is that from the bare bones facts that I've heard, there is absolutely no basis for you to have been granted a 3-year protective order against him. And you were trying to get a leg up in what was going to be a disputed custody case on the 1st of December by taking physical custody of your child at all costs. And what he was trying to do was, probably not smart, but because you had taken the child and fled, which is what you did, you waited until he went into the bathroom, and then you took the child. But you do acknowledge that,
well,
that he was in the bathroom when you fled. Yes. So he was in the bathroom when you fled with the child. Okay? And what he was trying to do, not smart, is he got furious and he went to try to get the child back. He did not file for a protective order against you for shooting off a gun in the house, getting drunk and shooting off a gun. That requires a protective order.
He's a very abusive man, Your Honor.
He may be. What you did was wrong.
I understand that, but
what you did was wrong. What items do you say he threw out that belong to your children?
Everything. My son got his PlayStation 2 back and his boombox. My daughter got a couple days worth of clothes.
When did your son get his PlayStation 2 back?
He took it with him. He left after I did.
What do you mean he left after you did?
Jamie and I left, and then my mother and the 2 kids followed behind.
So your mother was part of this scenario that was set up?
It was not set up. I was there to reconcile.
You were there to reconcile?
Yes.
And what happened? You came back and he said...
He said, "What are you doing here?" And then he informed me that I wasn't going to take Jamie anywhere, and that was that, and so...
So what did you do?
After trying to talk to him and seeing that I wasn't going to get anywhere, I took her and left.
Tell me how you did that.
I picked her up, put her in the car, and we drove to Sacramento.
Where was he?
He was upstairs.
So he was upstairs, and what you did was you took your child, rather than going through a civilized court process, you took the law into your own hands. You took the child and fled. It's normal for him to come and try to get the child because you waited until he went upstairs to the bathroom, according to you, and you stole out of the house and went hundreds of miles away. So you abused the court system because then you went into court and said he tried to break down my brother's door to get my child away from me, and you got some judge to believe that without asking enough questions. You got a restraining order. So in my judgment, you abused the system. You didn't come into this courtroom with clean hands, and your case is dismissed. Thank you very much. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Never cheat on her. That's something she came up with.
We were splitting up, and I took my daughter.
After she fired the gun in the house, that's why I left.
I had one bad night after 10 years. It doesn't mean I should lose custody of my daughter.
I just didn't feel like calling the cops on it. I didn't want her to lose her children.
That's funny because he told me I couldn't take her either. Completely done with Mr. Martin. We're not going to waste any more time.
21-year-old Tiffany Schmidt and her brother, 23-year-old Travis, are suing 28-year-old club owner Eric Rabinowitz for breaching their contract by shutting down their rave. Eric is countersuing for attorney fees.
Now, this is case number 93 on the calendar in the matter of Schmidt versus Rabinowitz.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Who's Schmidt?
Yeah.
How are you related?
He's my brother.
According to what I read, Mr. Rabinowitz has a club. And you and your brother were young entrepreneurs. You were going into business, or you were in business together. You arranged for dances or get-togethers. You would rent out a club or a part of a club. You would charge an entrance fee. You would supply a DJ. Everybody would dance, have a good time. You would get a split, and you both made a little money. So you like promoters, right?
Yes.
So you decided to engage Mr. Rabinowitz's club for an event. You paid a fee of how much?
$400 down, 25%.
So what?
$400 down and 25% of door sales.
So far, is that correct, Mr. Rabinowitz?
Yes.
And when was this event supposed to take place?
On December 28th.
And according to you, Mr. Rabinowitz closed the club during your event, causing you to lose a whole bunch of money. And you should have made thousands, and you only made how much?
He gave us $150 at the end of the night, and we also made the money off our pre-sale tickets.
Which was how much?
Somewhere around $450.
How much, Mr. Rabinowitz?
There was 122 people through the door. They paid $12 a piece. Whatever the math work is there, somewhere around $1,400. Like she said, most of the money was pre-sold. Most of the tickets were pre-sold. I think there was only about 30 people that paid at the door cash. She had sold tickets, hard tickets, to her customers. She also claimed that there would be hundreds of people at the show.
So it's not your turn to speak yet. All I want to know is how much money you made, Miss Schmidt, that night.
That evening, we got $150 in cash from Eric.
I didn't ask you how much you got from Eric. I asked you how much you made.
$450 plus the $150, so around $600.
So you didn't lose any money?
No, we did lose the money. We lose the money that he kept.
Ms. Schmidt, you paid him $400 to rent the room. You ended up at the end of the day making more than $400. Is that right?
Okay. Yes.
Then you didn't lose any money. What you're claiming is because he closed the club early, we'll get to the reason in a moment, you could have made a lot more.
Okay.
Now, do we understand each other?
That's correct.
The thrust of the complaint is, other than the other stuff that you complain about, that he had people at the door, that he was watching who was coming into the place and he was collecting money rather than you collecting the money. I mean, you have all that as a complaint. The reason that Mr. Rabinowitz shut down your club was what?
There were several reasons why I shut the
Look at me. Don't look at your paper.
Okay, sorry. There were several reasons why I shut the club down early. But the main gist of it was that her employees and staff were caught using drugs by the head of tobacco and liquor of Fort Collins, Colorado.
So the police came.
The police came, and then these people proceeded to be extraordinarily rude to the police and to me and my staff.
The police came?
Absolutely. Several times.
Why?
Because...
Is that usual? Look at me. Is that usual when you run an event?
No.
Was it the event particularly loud?
No.
Then why would they come?
I think it was twofold. One was it was a rave, and there's a certain...
What's a rave? I don't know what a rave is.
I think Tiffany would be better at answering that question than I do, since, you know, she's the rave master. I'm just a...
What's a rave, please?
Actually, a rave is an all-night event, pretty much, where DJs come in and play different types of house and trance music, and kids dance to it.
The police came because this was scheduled to be an all-night event.
Not all night, but till 3:30, yes.
Well, that's pretty late.
That's pretty late.
To me, that's...
Depends what city you're in, but this particular music, I agree with you fully.
Any music. You got to do a lot more than dance and play
when
an
you're a club owner,
me up
you want money, you want people in there drinking, you know?
Don't talk over me. It's irritating, and I'm old. Do you know the people who were caught using marijuana?
I don't personally, but I know their names, and I know they're part of their staff.
names?
Yes, absolutely.
Were they caught inside or outside the club?
They were caught directly outside my office. Outside, but on my property.
I want you to write their names down on a piece of paper.
It's written right here on the contract.
Can I have
I just threw it on there.
Well, check them off. Are there a lot more people's names on there, or are they?
No, just the two.
Okay. Would you please show the plaintiffs this and ask them if these two people were in any way connected with their organization in either promoting or playing that evening?
They're the light techs.
Shh.
Was one of the people we hired to come in and do our visuals, and was his girlfriend.
So they were, in fact, related
Yes.
to you. And at what time were these two people arrested?
I'd say right around midnight.
Is that correct, Ms. Schmidt?
There were no arrests. They were ticketed.
What time were they ticketed?
It was at 11:47.
And what time did Mr. Rabinowitz close the club?
About just a few minutes after midnight.
So about the same time?
Yes.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And her brother Travis say club owner Eric Rabinowitz breached their contract when he shut down their rave. Eric says the siblings' employees were doing drugs.
Didn't you know that if any of your employees or your contractors used drugs on or around the premises, that he had the ability to shut you down?
Well, he never gave us a chance to mitigate the damages for the first part.
Just a second, explain that to me, Ms. Schmidt.
Well, basically, we were under the them using drugs had nothing to do with us. We did not know that they had them.
It was your responsibility.
It was our responsibility.
My dear,
they were outside. We can't watch them.
My dear, I want you to explain to me. I know you have a word that you just used, mitigating damages.
Yes.
I don't think you know what that means.
I do.
You do?
Yes.
Well, explain to me your understanding of what mitigating damages means.
Well, he could have given us the opportunity to send those people home and gone without them, because we would have been just fine without them.
That's not mitigating damages, madam. Mitigating damages is a legal term of art. That means that, for instance, if you rent an apartment with 2 roommates and one of the roommates takes off, you may be under an obligation to try to find another roommate to mitigate the damage that the other roommate has caused. Or if you rent a place, like you rented his establishment, and you cancel it a month before, he may have an obligation to try to rent it again to mitigate the damages that your cancellation cost. But once people are found in possession of drugs on his premises, there is no way that you can mitigate those damages.
Well, they weren't.
Because it is an indication that you have no control over your employees. And once you have no control, Ms. Schmidt, over your employees, Mr. Rabinowitz over here, who runs a business, could lose his license long-term because you were unable to control your employees. Do you understand?
Yes.
Good.
Can I please say something, Your Honor?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, the police did tell Eric that because of this, they were not arrested. They were ticketed.
Don't give me any hearsay.
Well,
I'm not interested. You want to have a witness?
On evidence for it.
Well, I'd like to. You have a police report?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to see the police report. X and Y were contacted after officers witnessed them preparing to smoke marijuana. Paraphernalia and marijuana were confiscated. Both subjects were issued summonses. It says that the police contacted the owner of the Starlight, Mr. Rabinowitz, and advised him that at least 2 persons who had been inside his establishment and were with the promoters were contacted and charged with possession of marijuana. After hearing that information, Rabinowitz chose to ask the persons to leave the Starlight and ask the show to end. And he's absolutely right. Why should he risk them coming back and finding more people inside with drugs? What?
They searched multiple people inside the venue and they didn't find any drugs or paraphernalia.
Let me tell you something, sir. All they had to find was another handful. 1 or 2. And they can destroy his business. You have no right to let that happen. What are you complaining about? He's got a business to protect.
Our complaint, Your Honor, is that he was going to shut us down before this incident even happened.
Well,
he broke
do you
the
think that there was a...
contract in
Listen,
several
let me
ways.
ask you this question. What possibly could be his motive for doing that?
In my personal opinion, I would say his motive was that the evening was a 16 and up show. His bar sales were not high because of the fact that most people were under 21, and he wanted to close it down because he wasn't getting the amount of money that he had expected.
That was promised.
Hmm?
I was promised a certain amount of people by the promoter, and they didn't show up, so she's basically putting it on me for being a poor promoter and a poor worker and entrepreneur. You know, I put shows on all the time, 7 a week, and I have 100 people in my club every Saturday night, and there was about 122 people on that night. I mean, all I have to do is open the doors for 100 people to show up. So obviously.
So what's the drinking age at your?
21.
21.
Oh, yeah.
And you said there were a lot of people there that were under 21.
Yes.
So they couldn't drink.
That's right.
But they could use drugs.
No.
But
We
they did
searched
use
people
drugs.
at the door.
They did use drugs.
She did.
You want to be promoters? You got to be careful that your people who are employed by you, people who are around underage people, don't have drugs, whether it be marijuana or ecstasy or pills or Quaaludes or anything else, because if you do, the possibility exists that you're going to lose money. So you have no case, Ms. Schmidt, nor Mr. Schmidt. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Oh, just a second. I have a countersuit. Are you serious about your countersuit, or you want to say goodbye, countersuit?
I would love to just get that out of here.
Perfect. Thank you.
He came up, they said, everything is fine, the club looks great, you guys are doing wonderful, and about 2 minutes later he would come up freaking out about something.
I tried to pull him off.
Yeah, if anyone was on drugs, it was him.
Well, he did disappear a few times and come back very irritated. But I tried to pull him off the side and explain that they did have a contract with Planet Blur, which is peace, love, unity, and respect, and that he needed to follow his contract. And he basically said the contract doesn't mean anything. No, he did say the contract didn't mean anything to him anymore. If it didn't go his way, he was going to close him down.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Williams versus Coleman, step forward, please.
22-year-old homemaker Demesia Williams is suing her ex-boyfriend, 23-year-old rapper William Coleman, for giving away her ferret while she was in a women's shelter.
Miss Williams, you want the defendant to pay for your ferret.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you buy the ferret?
I bought it the day after my birthday last year.
Give me the date, please. I don't know when
March
your birthday
14th.
is.
March 14th.
And how did the defendant come into possession of your ferret?
I had some trouble at home, and I had to leave and go to a facility to where I couldn't take him with me, so I asked him to keep him for me.
What date did you go to the facility?
On May 6th.
So you had the ferret for about 6 weeks?
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of facility did you go to?
It was a facility for women of domestic violence.
The defendant was your boyfriend?
Correct.
He was the person who was abusing you?
No, ma'am.
And when, for the first time, did you ask for the ferret back?
I asked him for the ferret back in January of this year. Actually, I went to his house, and he wasn't there, but I told his stepfather that I...
So 7 months later, you asked for it back?
Correct.
And did he give it back to you in January of '03?
No, he did not.
When did you ask for it again?
I asked for it again a couple of weeks later, about the first or second week of February.
So a month later?
At the first time I asked for it, it was about the end of January, so it was only a couple of weeks later.
Okay. Shh, I'm going to get to you in a second. And the end of January, what did he say?
I didn't get a response back from him because, like I said, at the time I was at his house. He wasn't home. I spoke to his stepfather.
Did you look for the ferret?
No, I did not. But
how long did you remain in the shelter?
I was in the shelter for 11 months.
So from May of '02 until
April
of 2003.
Correct.
You were in the shelter, so how could you ask for the ferret back in January if they didn't allow ferrets there?
At the time, they were going to be placing me in my own apartment. And
but you didn't go into your own apartment.
Right.
So then you couldn't have the ferret back in January. And you couldn't have the ferret back in February.
Right, and that was at the time that I had asked my boyfriend, Autumn, if he could keep him for me. His sister wanted a ferret, so I was going to let them take care of the ferret.
How much money did you give Mr. Coleman? I gather no longer your boyfriend because you had a new boyfriend.
Right.
How much did you give him to take care of your ferret for the 11 months that he had the ferret?
I didn't give him anything at the time.
Just a second. You didn't give him anything?
Right.
How much money did you give him towards veterinarian bills, if any?
Nothing. But
when did you get a new boyfriend?
In December.
While you were in the shelter?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, are you serious with me, Miss Williams? Into the ferret, sir.
Okay, for starters, she only paid for about 2 or 3 bags of food, and the ferret was in my care since June 24th, which she has down here.
Mr. Coleman, Mr. Coleman.
Yes, ma'am.
She says she didn't pay for anything.
Yeah, well...
But so you're being very honest with me, is that right?
Exactly.
You're
That's
just
what
not
I'm
paying
doing.
attention.
Yeah, I'm being honest, but I'm not paying
No, you're just not paying attention.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So why don't you just, instead of doing the drill that you want to drill, why don't you just answer my questions?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to the ferret?
The ferret didn't have any vaccinations that he was supposed to get, therefore he got sick. He didn't get attention that he therefore needed because I was on the road doing shows. I'm a rapper. And she knew this, so that's
You
what
did
happened.
not give me a whole story. Where's the ferret?
The ferret passed away.
When?
March 18th.
Who was watching the ferret?
I did the best I could. My mother's scared of it. My stepfather was gone.
At the time, he told me that his mother gave the ferret away. He didn't tell me that the ferret died.
He wanted to spare you.
And it's like he could have told me that the ferret was not getting the proper care because he did not tell me that he was still going on the road because of different
Madam,
things.
you had this ferret for 6 weeks. You did not develop a loving attachment for it that you couldn't get over. You
I
managed to
spent time
find,
with
listen
him.
to me, you managed to find a new boyfriend in December. And if you were in love with this ferret and wanted all kinds of compensation, then you would have found some way to have the ferret go into his possession. This is the boyfriend in
Right.
December of 02.
Correct.
Rather than waiting until the end of January of 03, the end of January of 03, according to you, not according to him, by the way, to ask for this thing back.
At the time, we were
Courts
still
are very
together.
busy places. We have no time for nonsense. Get a life and get a new ferret. That's all. Case dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I had an issue that happened the week before I got him that made me very depressed at the time, and I wanted to get the ferret to fill the void of what happened.
I thought it was just ruling. I knew before I even came that's how it was going to be. I don't understand the reason for the lawsuit, and I'm happy that the judgment turned out the way that it did.
I asked him if he still had food, and he would tell me that he was fine on food and everything like that. That's why I only had a chance to buy 3 bags, because it's like I knew that food couldn't last that long, and apparently he was lying, and that's why the ferret died.
I continued to ask her to get it out of my house. So I'm glad it's over. I'm not glad it died. I let it stay there because I love animals. But I'm glad it's over.